Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Hello and welcome to the qualifying session at Nürburgring 12 Hours of Nürburgring. I am John Fabricius Terrell and I'm here in the studio with Peter Munkholm, starting the day of this qualifying session. Today we are a little bit short on people, so the main management is now commentating in this show for the time. We will be joined later on by Evan O'Leary and Yusuf Bin Sual. Welcome, Peter. How do you think the weather will be today? Do we get any rain as we had yesterday, do you think? Or is just going to be an all-clear session today?
As far as the weather radar looks, it's going to be perfectly 100% clear weather. Looks like temperatures in the 20 degrees Celsius, a lovely midsummer evening at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, I think the teams has been very lucky in terms of the weather changing leading up to the event. It really looked very rainy throughout the week, and actually yesterday we had a lot of rain as well. So
sorry to cut you off, John.
Yeah.
We have Saba Kiss from the number 15 Deuces Motorsport with a bit of an incident here. I think he lost, it looks like a tank slammer or something. He lost the rear end coming into the last corner of the track. So I bet he was going to go on a flyer and try to put up a lap, but the rear end just steps out and he ends up in the barriers.
Yeah, it seems to be a very high impact incident to the car. It's, I think it's rather destroyed. So yeah, that's a new one, I guess, for the qualifying.
Well, normally you press escape, right, and just go straight back to the pits, but in this qualifying session it's not allowed to use these, virtual shortcuts. That won't go, so he's going to have to drive a lap with a broken car and get back to pit lane and get everything fixed up again before he can take another go at it. But yeah, it's start of the session, green track, no rubber in the track, so not too much lost there, except maybe he's not that confident in the setup now.
No. Yeah. Could also be a malfunction to his wheel or something. We've seen that kind of incident before where you like going into the corner and suddenly the connection to the wheel drops and and then you end into the wall. So yeah.
Yeah, who have we got on track right now? Okay, so it's LMP2, it's Salta Boda leading the class right now. GTEs is Volanti Racing number 67, that's Lucas Furlick driving the car right now. 151.4, that's bound to be quicker. GT3s, it's Callum Wilson in the 404 Glam Racing car leading the pack. That's the 151.4 as well. That's an okay time for GT3s. Don't know how that will keep up. The DPI cars are now on track, both the 65 of Satellite Racing with Nello Pasrino, Henry Sinnig in the 64, and Wyatt Ducton. Both the number 1 and the number 64 cars have put in times already. That's bound to be faster as well. We really don't know about the pace of the GPI cars. It's completely new to us.
I seen lap times in the 140s early on practice session when it was dry. So I think we are down to 140s.
It'll be interesting to see how the DPI cars, how the sort of driver and lineup strength is between those cars.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if there's a big difference between the two classes of DPI and the LMP2 at this track. Definitely the DPI should have a little more horsepower, so a little more power in the car. But I don't think the difference will be way big, but yeah. Also depends on the driver and the condition of the track and stuff like that.
Well, we know from the preview video that Alex and Yusuf did that they have the Omicron car down as the favorite. It's a bit of a moment here as the Musto GG car rear ends the e-brick car. I have no idea why that e-brick car was going that slow in the racing line at the top of a hill, so that was pretty hard for... Where's that on track? I know the Schumacher S's, but it's a chicane right after that. Remember what it's called? I can't remember what it's called. But it's there anyway. It's at the top of the brow, so he didn't stand a chance in the Musto car. Why would you drive that slow in the racing line?
I don't know.
Line corner.
Yeah.
Pretty dangerous.
It would be better to pull out in the grass and park the car if there's any kind of issues.
You know, he might not even have been going slow enough to trigger yellow flags, so there might not even have been a yellow flag. But of course, normally if you have that kind of broken car, slow car in a place like that, yeah, it would trigger a yellow flag. I just don't hope for the Team E guys that they pressed escape, because if they pressed escape, they're already out of qualifying now. You cannot press escape no matter how damaged your car is. You have to drive it back to pit lane.
They are still able to count, they're still able to do the qualifying session, but if we found out in the log files they actually hit an escape during the qualifying, the time they will do in session 1 will be cancelled.
Oh, that's got to be a hard blow to a team that's already challenged, I would say. I know we're supposed to feel good about this team because it's made up of veterans and people with various disabilities. But when you see them in other series, they're so well prepared, they do everything right. But as soon as they come in here into the EEWC, somehow they are just struck by, weird incidents happening. I think they've had strange incident happening to them in every single race so far.
Yeah. They haven't had that much of luck doing this season, the E-Team Brit guys, but they are definitely good drivers. We know they're capable of doing it very well, so the team and the team leader is also quite experienced, so I know they will be fighting a lot throughout the next couple of races to show they're actually able to compete. Looking at the standings right now for the entire championship, Team Ebrit is actually third last in championship with only 9 points. So I think for that team it's going to be very hard for those guys to compete in top 6 or something like that during the season. That's a long way up to the top, I would say, of the competing teams and stuff.
Let's forget a bit of an incident here for the 46. That's the DIS SimLab GT3 car that had a moment at the top of the Schumacher S's. That's a big one. Really hard impact on the tire wall, and of course. In real life, that tire wall would have been something soft to hit, but in the game, it's made out of immovable objects.
Rock solid stone.
Yeah. Some of the stuff from Iron Man's suit, is it adamantium or something like that? It's completely indestructible.
Yeah. And for the viewers of the Nürburgring, this weekend I can announce that we now have 2 new people with us in race control. That's Mats Hedegaard and Kenneth Jensen. Kenneth is actually former race control as well, has been together with us in, I think it was 2018, right? 2017, something like that. Kenneth was also a former driver in the Team RCC team back in 2017, where we competed in the Le Mans event back then. So we welcome these new guys to the team. I bet these guys will do a fabulous job, and they will be definitely helping us out throughout the next couple of races, both on the 24 hours of Spa and the 24 hours of Le Mans coming in October, the physical event.
Sorry, I was just looking at the satellite racing, the 65 car that we have on screen right now, Nello Pesarino, 141.2 is his best time, which is actually only 0.2 of a second faster than the LMP2 cars, which is, of course the times are going to come down fast now because the track is rubbering in and there's quite a lot of cars on track right now. But they're going to have to do faster, I would have to say. That last chicane is so dangerous. It's really tempting to cut the inside curves really hard, but there's the problem of all the track cut penalties in this race are assigned by sort of the artificial intelligence inside the game. So, like the stewards aren't handling any of those cut track penalties. They're going to be assigned on the basis of how much did you cut the track, how fast were you going, how much throttle did you use when you were cutting the corner, stuff like that. It all uses that in some kind of algorithm that calculates, okay, you cut too much, so you're going to have a warning. And in the end, it ends up being a stop-and-go penalty. And
after that, it just continues and continues and continues with that.
Every time you do it, you cut it too much, and you get the warning, the time doesn't count anymore. So that time doesn't count towards your qualifying time. So every time you do that, the lap is lost. So it's really tempting to cut that last chicane too much. And since it's the last chicane of the track, you're sitting there, you're thinking, I've got a really good lap now, I just got to give it the last little bit. And then you cut that chicane too much, and it's gone all over again from the beginning.
It's going to be an interesting approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes still in the first day session to see how the teams will cope with the condition of the track and stuff. Also heading into the night, this track can be very tricky as well. There's a lot of dark spaces and not proper lighting on the cars and stuff like that, so that will definitely also make it hard for them to do the qualifying. Also because everything needs to be the fastest you can drive possible, with no thinking about safety or anything like that. Yeah,
so the first qualifying is sort of an early evening setting. It's light, but there's not too much light. So you can see right now that it's not noon, definitely. And then the second qualifying is in complete darkness. Varga Sim Racing down to a 1:38.3. They're in provisional pole right now, ahead of the number 22 Nürburgring Sim Racing. They are absolute favorites for this race as well. They've had a perfect season so far, taking pole position and taking the win in every single race so far. Driver lineup is Daniel Wiesner, Jerry Tolman, Marcel Czincik, and what's that? Is that Michael Schmidl? Yeah, it is. Sorry, I couldn't read the name properly on my screen here. I believe that's a new driver for this car as well for this weekend.
it's going to be interesting to see how Varga will do the next couple of races, and would they actually make a complete season without losing anything, taking pole in every single session. I would say that would be very, very, very interesting to see. And for me, it looks like Varga is completely untouchable. And definitely will run away with the championship. There's not much that could be done for other teams, rather than if Varga should lose this championship, they need to basically stay away from the races, I guess. And you could score double points as the second position team, Deuce Motorsport and Nürburgring Sim Racing.
They are. Look, John, I'm gonna.
They have 81 points, and Deuce Motorsport have 35 points in the championship, and Nürburgring Sim Race 35 points, and Ramada Motorsport has 29 points. So it's definitely something that's going to be hard for the other teams to manage to
Le Mans
beat.
is double points, so that could potentially
give you 2
points for qualifying, for the pole position in qualifying.
Yeah.
Points for completing the race, and 50 points for winning the race. So that's 54 points. And a normal race has 27 points available. So it's not in the bag yet. And even if they win this race and get all points, they still don't have the championship, because there's still the Spa 24-hour race left.
Yeah.
Which will have 27 points up for grabs, and then the 54 points for the Le Mans race. So then...
And 24 hours of Spa is a long time. Everything can happen.
They'll have to basically not show up at the Le Mans race.
Yeah.
If they win this, they'll have to not show up at the Le Mans race to lose it.
Yeah.
But
Bola
is catching up a bit now. He's down to the gap's down to 0.4 of a second right now, and I think he's continuing to go faster. And as I said earlier, the track is going to rubber in, so we are going to see the best times at the end of this qualifying session. They are, of course, trying to put in some laps in the bank right now, so if something happens, whatever happens, you know, the drivers that are supposed to drive, maybe they're getting sick or something else is happening. You know, anything can happen in motorsport, you know.
Yeah.
So put some laps in the bank so you get something to fall back on, but we are going to see the laps continuously improve throughout the session.
As it's the Eifel Mountains nearby the Nürburgring track, I'm gonna check the weather forecast. There might be some surprises in for that, like it always has to be during these kind of races at either the Nürburgring 24 hours or 12 hours of Nürburgring Grand Prix.
I think I can promise you, John, it won't be inside the first 2 hours, but qualifying 2, when the temperature when the sun sets and it gets colder, you never know what's going to happen. Like rain showers can then pop up out of nowhere, especially if it's been hot summer days with moist air. Those clouds just start to form when the air cools down, and you never know what can happen. Yeah, maybe the teams know that as well, so they're just trying to use the start of the session to get in some good laps. That's Marcel Tinsick now on an absolute flying lap. That was, I don't know if he got the cut track there, but he is on it. I think we've been joined by Yusuf Bin Shahel as well. If he's there now, I don't know. Well, he's in our channel, so he's bound to pop by in any minute. Henry Sinnick now in the satellite racing car, ex-Drillers esports driver. Yusuf and Alex talked about him as well. Definitely one of the favorites for taking pole position. I think it's between the 64 satellite car and the Omicron car, if you're asking me, for the DPI win. As Marcel Tinsick continues to improve. I think that was a new best first sector for him as well. And actually, he is quite a bit faster than the fastest DPI, which is driven by Henry Sinnick right now, the E64. As Marcel Tinsick chooses to go back into pit lane, there might be some setup adjustments that he needs to get changed on the car. Here we go, Saba Kiss on a good lap. Did he improve? I don't think so. I don't have a time here. On the timing sheets, all the cars that don't have a last time, that will probably because they cut the track somewhere and the time just doesn't count then towards the result. So I think a lot of drivers right now are having real issues with the last chicane on the track, because I think that's where all the times get removed for cut track penalties. And when you're in the game and you're sitting there listening to this, you're gonna hate your especially if you're running crew chief, he'll be telling you all the time, stay inside the white lines. You're gonna hate that voice every time it pops up and you know your time's gone. And he says, come on, stay inside the white lines.
Yeah, I think a lot of the team has been planning a lot in regards to the training and for this special track, because Nürburgring is still a very tricky track, and for these teams to actually be able to compete towards some of the best team out there, it will take a lot of planning, a lot of strategies and stuff. And this is why I think, especially within the field of GTE cars, that this sim racing lab would do very well during this race. They might not be the fastest track right now, but over 12 hours, which is a long time, I do think that this sim racing lab is something in the top 3 and it always shows that in the qualifying session right now. And it's going to be interesting to see if the 51 World of Sim Racing is going to be able to keep that first position in the championship. The One Move Esport is also a team that I would say, even if they're far behind on points, they will maybe be able to gain some in this championship going forward now, as it seems that all these French drivers has been becoming better and better throughout the last couple of races. What do you think about that, Peter?
I think it's about time that the DTE car of One Move put some serious points on the board. I cannot for the life of me remember what has happened to them in the previous races. I know they qualify pretty well, so they're usually inside the top 5 at least. But every time something strange seems to happen to them in the races, and it's just it's so frustrating. But these 12-hour races, they are just all about that consistency and having your strategy just, knowing exactly when to have your pit stops, change tires, don't change tires, how much to fuel. Is it better to short fuel the car and get those faster laps in? Can you, perhaps by running 10, 15 liters less every time, can you in the end gain that 5, 10 seconds over a strategy where you get a full tank of fuel every time? It's just all about knowing these small details, and especially with the weather that we've had in all the other races. It rained at Sebring. Did it rain at Silverstone? I think we had showers at Silverstone as well. We had showers at Indianapolis as well. Every single race there's been some kind of rain. It's been mostly dry in all races, but there's been showers all the time, and we don't plan for this. Of course, it just makes for more interesting racing, but we don't plan for it. It runs on a real weather system that takes live data from. Sorry?
I think we have Josef Binswal joining us very, very soon. He is just coming into the studio very, very soon. I think he will be there any minute. He's there now.
Yeah. Hello, good folks. How's it going?
Well, we're doing okay. How about you?
Yeah, not too bad. For some reason, I joined TeamSpeak, and all of a sudden, the sound just decided to die. Everything else was fine. I could still hear the sound of the cars roaring through the Nürburgring, but I couldn't hear you or John. But now, thankfully, I can.
Weird. Why would we be muted? It's me controlling the sound. I haven't muted anything, usually.
Well, I don't know, do I? I don't know what weird magic you might be pulling in the studio, Peter. How are things going? Because I do notice that we are almost half an hour through qualifying.
It's I'm baffled by Varga Sim Racing being faster than Henry Sinnick in the DPI, since the DPI has about something 75 horsepower extra and more downforce. That I cannot explain.
See, you say that, Peter, but I'm not surprised, because I fully expected this to be the case, because the DPI is, as you mentioned, just a faster prototype, and we know how quick Marcel Cinchik is in that Varga Sim Racing. We've been seeing it all season, and in fact, it's something that I was talking with Alex Goldschmidt about in the preview to this race that we recorded a few days ago. And, we were discussing, do we think Marcel Cinchik could actually beat the DPI drivers, because he is so quick? And let's not forget, they've been practicing in this car, whereas the likes of Henry Sinnick and the others in the 64 car, they've not been having that much time to practice in this DPI, and they're still learning the car and how it handles.
But from the difference, Yusuf, I wouldn't say that it's justified just to put it on lack of practice or something like that. I don't think that's justified. That DPI car should be something in the order of 2 to 3 seconds faster than the LP2 cars. I've been looking several times at the Varga Sim Racing car in replays, also because I'm so fascinated by how their drivers and Marcel Cinchik especially. Where are they making up this time? And I can tell you, it's corner exits.
Right.
The place where they're faster than everybody else is corner exits. All of the drivers are faster than comparable drivers in the other cars are corner exits, but especially Marcel Chinzik. And it's the way that he has the car sliding when it's exiting corners. You can see that the car is straight. It's not driving on a line. The rear end just steps out a few degrees constantly around the corner. And I can't tell you the level of skill that it takes to control the car. A high downforce car like an LMP2 car in that sort of a slide is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Like, those guys are, in my book, the best sim racers in the world.
Yeah. And, well, I mean, when you do look at the guys in the DPI, you've got Henri Cynic in the 64 car, he's sitting P3 overall. Nella Pastorino in the 65 car down in P6. So it's not just Marcel Chinchik that's quicker than Henri Cynic at the moment. You've also got Zoltan Boda in the 22 LMP2 car who is sitting ahead of him. So, you know, as we get further and further through qualifying, we can expect that 64 car to get further and further up the order and, you know, close in what is currently sitting at an 8/10 deficit to Marcel Chinchik's LMP2.
Certainly. I want to see them ahead before the qualifying ends. I think if they don't end up qualifying ahead all of the DPIs, that'll be a really, really weird start to the race. Because in a rolling start, the DPI on the straight is going to be so much faster. So that's going to get them into trouble immediately in the first corner. And you know, the first corner on the Nürburgring is, well, it's famous for, it's like the first corner at Spa-Francorchamps. That those two are just famous for causing troubles because it's such slow corners.
Yeah, and I mean, I was talking to Alex Goldschmidt about, you know, the track and some of our favourite parts of the circuit. I know for me, my favourite is the NGK chicane just because of how much speed you can carry through what is, you know, a fairly slow chicane, and you have to have so much commitment. And if you get it wrong, you do really get punished for it. That and the Schumacher S is sort of almost flat, really, going through there, and you're right at the edge of grip. What about you, Peter, though? You know, what kind of corners gets your juices flowing here?
The last chicane, is that the NGK chicane?
Yeah, okay.
That's like something I could, you know, we every time I've been to the track, that's also a place where we used to get into the spectator stands and watch the racing, because even with the GT3 cars, that chicane and the braking for that chicane is always interesting. There's a place in the spectator stands right behind the paddock where you can see the Josef, you're going to have to help me. The fast corner at the bottom of the hill before you arrive up at the NGK chicane.
The fast corner at the bottom of the hill. See, yeah. I'm very sorry, Peter, but I literally know the NGK chicane, the Schumacher S, and the Mercedes Arena I know, and then I think it's the Ford chicane, which is before the Dunlop curve. I do not know what that fast right-hander is.
Yeah, but that is right where the fast right-hander is. There's a spectator stand on the inside of the track where you can sit and watch them go through the fast bits, and then coming up to the NGK chicane is one of the best places at the Grand Prix track to spectate. That's a little tip there.
I tell you what, I'm going to consult my good old friend Google. And I'm going to ask Google what he thinks the corner is called.
Or track map. But then again, sometimes they just change the names of the corners for I don't know the reason.
Well, sometimes you've got to change corner names. Right, okay, I have got it up. It is called it's... So after the Schumacher S, you've got the RFL curve, then you've got the Warsteiner curve. Then you've got the flat-out Advan Bogen.
Yeah, that's Advan. Yeah, that's right.
Because I think my internet is starting to play up with me a little bit, Peter. So if I disappear, you do know why. And it's not because I'm trying to be rude and leaving you behind.
I'll do my best. John's out to get some food for us guys here at the studio. By the way, we are now fully moved into the new studio here in Denmark. So we are trying to get everything as ready as we possibly can for the Spa 24-hour race in August. Before, of course, taking everything down and moving it for the live event.
Yep.
Oh, it's the B32 Ligier driving very slow. Actually, so slow that the autocam thought it needed. I think he's punched maybe.
Punches are never good. Also, I do wonder how this is all going to turn out in the DPI class, because when we had the HyperCar class, of course, when Cynic was in the Pins and Drillers, and now they are no longer racing with us due to issues with the team. I think that team actually folding. So now we've got this battle between Scuderia Berselea and Satellite Racing. And don't forget that 65 car actually never competed a race previously. So it's good to see them out on a track. Then we've got Viaductin in the DPI class as well. So 3 entries for this new DPI class. Sadly, Omicron Sim Racing not with us for this particular round. And it'll be interesting to see how this does pan out. Viaductin have been struggling so far this season, especially when they were racing back in the GTE class with the 63 car. I don't think they still have a GTE entry, so it's just that DPI entry for them now.
Yeah, well, they have the advantage of now, because of all the end of all the corona restrictions, they are now together in the same room at the youth club again. So, yeah, they'll have the advantage of, it's just easier to debate, set up things and strategies and everything when you're in the same room. It just seems to flow a lot better. So they have that advantage now. That's with a new car and everything being new, that's certainly, I would say that's quite a big advantage actually.
Yeah, and maybe, we know that they won the HyperCar class last season, and maybe it was just a case of the GT cars not working with them that well. So hopefully now that they are in a new class, the DPIs can work for them better. We've got 3 entries, and as we've said before, it's a new car for all of them. So with all these teams and drivers being slightly fresh to the car, it might mean that we're in for some close racing this weekend.
Hopefully. They never got that experience in the Corvette, because the one race they did, the Indianapolis race, they had to drive from home. Some of the guys didn't have proper racing equipment, at least not to the level of being competitive and having a proper PC and hardware. So that was an issue. I think that was the reason why they kind of sat out for the following races and waiting until everything was okay for them to go back to the youth club and do the races there.
Yeah. Well, let's see how things go, as I'm still trying to get back in. As for some reason,
Henry Siving's parked on track. He flashed the lights a couple of times and then parked the car. Some sort of issue at his end. Enough to have some car drive off right at the exit of the chicane. Someone went out and went into the gravel pits really aggressively, so he must surprise someone. As the Deuces Motorsport and the number 74 driven by Polesny is having an issue here at the NGK chicane. Right in the background there you can see the spectator stands that I was talking about. As a quite massive off here. The rear end of that Porsche has been an issue for all of the Porsche teams, especially yesterday. Before we went live, actually, when it was raining even more on track before the official practice, we saw a lot of these GTE Porsches have issues in the MGK chicane and the last corner before the start-finish straight, which is called...
the last corner before the NGK chicane is the Bogan.
That's the Admin, but there was the corner
Admin Bogan.
The corner after the chicane. Because if you hit the curbs too hard in that NGK chicane, the car will become so unsettled, you're going to get up onto the outside curves and it's going to continue to just jump around on you, and then you need to brake that. Well, it's almost a hairpin, but it's more than 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Actually, quite a bit more than 90 degrees. It's nearly a hairpin. And if you're running with the brake balance in extremes, you're trying to push that as far back as possible, and you get the car unsettled. At the NGK chicane, it's just, what is going on here? The guys are basically rubbing tires to get into pit lane. That was the Varga car. I didn't catch what other car it was. Here we go, replay. Yeah, that's the Viaduct DPI. It's Varga overtaking. Yeah, who was that? Who's that? The other grey LMP2 car?
Grey LMP2 car. I don't quite know who you're seeing.
Grey,
so
red. I wish I could see the number on that car, but we don't have the side of it. We only had the front, and I can't make up the car number on that.
I must say, I do like the look of the new DPI cars, as I just see Viaducton. Wait, what's going on? I just realised something rather bizarre, Peter. Viaducton don't have their orange livery. What is this?
This is entirely white.
Yeah.
Red with a red fin.
Yeah, it's not even an orange fit. Okay, Viaducton, maybe they think changing the colour scheme around might help them out somewhat here. I don't know what to make of this, to be honest. This is a very bold move.
I would think if you're in a really fast car like that, it would be an absolute advantage to have your car be, the closest thing you could get to kind of self-illuminating. That would be a huge advantage when people are looking in the rearview mirror to see someone
honestly
coming up. So, yeah, the DPI in that really strong orange color, yeah, I would have gone for that as well.
Honestly, Peter, coming into this weekend, I thought the big drama was going to be, the fact that pin sim drillers have left, the fact that we've got a DPI class, but no, it is definitely the change of colour scheme to this Viaducton car. It almost looks like a Deuce's car, actually.
The biggest news of the weekend. We're going to have to make something on the website and have kind of big news.
Yep.
Viaduct changes color scheme. Oh, that's Sabakis on his side. He actually managed to park it, right on the side.
Zabak is currently sitting in fourth, and yeah, you can see the damage to the front left fender of the car. And he's kind of struggling to keep that car going in a straight line at the moment.
How did he manage to put the car on his side like that? Well, he's hitting those concrete tire barriers. The tire barriers that aren't really tire barriers.
Well, yeah, if tire barriers are made out of concrete, I guess they aren't quite tire barriers, right, Peter?
Yeah, it's not really tires, is it? It's made out of immovable object, is what it's made of.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
No, but it is. It's made out of immovable object. Okay, so he really fast hits the tire wall and then the car flips on its side. If that was rally, they would have the spectators come in and put the car back down again.
I've just realised that one of my favourite drivers in the world is out on track right now, and that's Manuel Biancalila for the 53 car. I think most people know why I like Manuel Biancalila. It's because he actually comes from F1 sim racing, and he was one of the first ever drivers that I commentated on, period, back when I used to commentate. I think it was back in F1 at 2018, before Manuel Biancalila was an esports driver. So I'm very happy to see him out on the track, and at the moment, Manuel Biancalila currently leading the GTE class with a 1:49.3.
That is important to this Musto GD number 53 car. They are behind WOSR by just 4 points. So that 1 point for pole position is like, that's 25% of the lead gone away right there. So that is really, really important for these guys to take this pole position. Yeah,
and
with the
actually,
onboard, how he's pushing the car, he's very aggressive.
Now, I'm sure everyone wants to hear this. I'll just run our viewers through what the current championship standings are in the GTE class. WOSR leading on 50 points. Just 4 points behind, you've got the 53 of Musto. Then 3 further points behind, you've got DIS. And then a further 2 points behind, you've got Volante Racing. The top 4 separated by just 9 points. And then you've got the second Musto GD car trailing by a further 7 points. And the only reason Musto aren't leading is because of what was a rather disastrous race for them last time out in Sebring.
Yeah, if you'd given me just 2 seconds more warning than that, I would have the standings on the screen, but they are there now. That's how it is coming into this round of the Endurance Racing World Championship. Round 4, of course, this is the last 12-hour race of this season. The next 2 races is Spa and then, of course, Le Mans, which are both 24-hour races. And like I told John and we talked about, the Le Mans race is scoring double points. So that's double points for finishing the race. That's 2 points. 2 points for pole position as well. And then 50 points for the win instead of the 25. So, yeah. 54 points available for the winner if you do a perfect race at Le Mans, instead of the 27 in the normal races.
I'm still just riding on with Biancalila. I'm kind of really enjoying these hot laps he's putting in as he comes to complete a lap. Let's see what this is for Biancalila. He's green in sectors 1 and 2. 49.3 is current best. And he puts in a 49.167, 2.5 tenths clear of Borja Milan in the 51 GTE car.
And he, we talked about that, you know, driving its extreme brake bias and having the brake balance moved as far back as you possibly can. We saw how the car lost traction there during braking into the first corner. So he's definitely right on there. He's given it everything that he possibly can. He might even be using the accelerator during braking to keep rotation on the rear wheels, to keep it from locking up the rear wheels, just to push that braking as hard as he possibly can. If you got enough power to block the front wheels, you still want to move the brake bias further and further back until you get the kind of the optimum braking where it's just starting to lock up all 4 wheels at the same time. And if you could still even manage to control that blockage of the rear wheels with your throttle during braking, then you know you're at the absolute maximum of your braking power, and he's right there.
Oh, I was just riding on board through the Schumacher S with Biancalila, and I was trying to see if there was a lift. I think there was a little right at the end as he was understeering right at the end of the left-hand part, the initial part of the Schumacher S. And what you're mentioning kind of reminds me of what you do sometimes in the corporate karts, Peter, for people who've done a fair bit of karting. You know, when you've got your own karts, usually they're fairly good, so you don't have to do it. But sometimes when you're in the corporate karts, really slow to pick up, so sometimes you just have to make sure you're giving a little bit of throttle just to keep the clutch engaged, so that really at the end of the corner, when you do want to get on the power, instead of taking about half a second for the clutch to realize, oh wait, I'm supposed to go, it's already ready. And essentially you go a bit quicker. I guess in a way it's somewhat similar to almost like a turbo lag, but in a different scenario, but with a similar effect in terms of how the kart really, or the vehicle, responds.
Yeah, and I'm so old school. I used to drive the old Formula A karts, the 100cc air-cooled, no-clutch karts. So in those, they actually had the power to kind of start a little bit of a slide before you went into the corners. So if you get to a hairpin or something like that, you don't brake at your normal braking zone. You brake a little bit later, and then you just slide the car and make it go all squirrely before you turn in, and then you go full throttle at the same time as the car's sliding on the braking there, so you kind of, prime the engine as well with fuel, and then when you release the brake, it just goes like mad. So yeah, you can do it on all kinds of cars. I don't think the newer cars like the KF cars and stuff like that, I think they're too heavy to use those kind of tactics. But the old Formula A carts, the cart in itself was about 70 kilos or something like that, so really lightweight.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, even when I was doing my 24-hour race recently, which is with twin-engine pro karts, so 2 engines on the kart, which adds a lot of weight with the drivers as well, who, we were all set to weigh 80 kilos with our lead. The total weight was 232 kilograms. So, you're talking 150 kilograms for a car with 2 engines. So usually a car, is weighing about 100 kilos. Hence why when you see everyone taking it to the track, it's carried by a couple of people, one person on the front end. That used to be me. And then my dad carrying the heavy end with the engine on it.
Yeah, I can, my carts, I can carry them myself. So that's fun.
I'm just imagining you, Peter, walking along with like a cart under each of your arms, and you're just walking along like that.
Not like that. Not like that. No, I can't. But still, no, a lot lighter. It's not. I think some of the safety in karting was down to the kind of lower, the energy of the kart being a lot lower when the kart is a lot lighter. But I think a part of trying to make it safer by just adding padding and all kinds of stuff that even makes it even heavier, all you're going to get is just, if someone's there in the way, that it's going to get hit that much harder. And it's not with energy like it's with a lot of other things. When you double the speed, you quadruple the energy. So making the kart twice as heavy actually quadruples the amount of energy that the impact is going to have when you hit someone else. So I don't think it's a good idea to make these carts heavier and heavier and heavier, but that's a completely different, subject.
Yeah. Heavy carts aren't that much fun. Right, who do we want to drive with? Who do we want to ride on board with? Henry Sinnick is starting to pick up the pace a little bit. He's just put in a 39.3 fairly consistently, putting in these times. He's about 10th of Zoltan Boda, but then he's got another 7 tenths if he wants to be able to close in onto Marcel's Chinchik's time of a 38.5.
Yeah, I'm not really good at sitting here spotting out cards at the same time as I'm trying to grab various replays, screenshots, and select cameras. So I'm not really good at seeing who we should get on board with.
Well, Peter, you're doing the production, which is far more than what I could do. I've seen how many different buttons you quite literally have. It throws me back to the question that German gentleman asked. I think it was Nico Rosberg, which was, gentlemen, a short view back to the past. More buttons, less buttons. Well, having seen your setup, Peter, I think you've got plenty of buttons.
Well, it's, there's a bunch of PCs. I think we're grabbing images from 6 different PCs, some of them running AutoCam to catch stuff like this, which is the new B32 GT3 entry car number 420, having an off. Get that from the beginning again. That's the stuff I'm looking out for, Yusuf. I'm not really that into the lap times and stuff like that. I don't even know all the liveries yet. So your mind is just somewhere else when you're trying to do this production stuff, just trying to keep up with anywhere that something interesting is happening.
Well, Peter, I'm glad to have you to give me some company nonetheless, as you take out some time and maybe some brain space as well to keep myself and our viewers entertained, while you also make sure the stream is running as smoothly as possible. So, just to give everyone an update, currently in the GT3 class, it is Zoltan Varconi, who is at the top of the GT3s in the number 41. That is a Mugen Sim Racing car. And Mugen Sim Racing currently sitting second in the GT3 Championship, just 14 points shy of Unison Sim Racing. Unison Racing, they're much further down the GT3 order. Actually, they're all the way down in fourth with Alexander Zakharov at the wheel. Second in the GT3 class currently is Thibaut Malbrun, and that is in the 26 One Move esports car. One Move starting to make a late surge up the championship, having won last time out in Sebring. They've got 54 points, and they're just 1 point behind Mugen Sim Racing. So for Mugen Sim Racing and One Move to be this close currently in qualifying is fantastic to see.
Sorry, I'm just being fed some pizza right now.
Ooh. That is making... I actually had pizza for lunch. You are having pizza now. And I've seen those pizzas in Denmark. I've been fortunate enough to have them. Is it the same ones that I had when I was there, Peter?
I think so. At least it's from the same place.
Okay. Wonderful. In that case, I'm sure it's a very big pizza. And it will taste very nice.
Hopefully. I see the Varga guys are continuing to, just be faster than everybody else. Is kind of the best way I can explain it. But I think the gap is now up to about half a second. So they are still improving, and it seems they're just uncatchable for some reason.
I'm also taking a current look at the track conditions, and it seems pretty much perfect. The sun's out, but there's a bit of a cloud cover, so it'll be fairly cool air temps, track temps, which means that the cars will be pretty much in their optimal zone. You never want it to be too hot, as I think it just doesn't really help with engine cooling, and I think while there may be a bit more grip on circuit in terms of the car performance, the actual engine performance, I think it goes down a little bit.
I don't remember what happens in the game with engine performance and air temperature. I don't think they are kind of affected or related. Not yet, at least. I think we're going to have Alex Goldsmith joining us in just a very, very short time.
Okay. Well, we can inform him of the new biggest drama of the weekend.
Yeah,
regarding Viaduct.
Is the 766 car having quite a bit of an incident in the pit lane entry. I don't know what this is all about, but it's definitely driving against traffic in the pit lane, which I would
this I need to see.
Not something that you would...
Maybe he's just role-playing Valtteri Bottas, because I don't know if you saw or heard what happened to Valtteri Bottas earlier on today in the Formula 1 free practice, Peter. But he came out of his Mercedes garage, and as he was putting on the power, he actually spun his car in the pit lane right outside the McLaren garage. So it's prompted a few jokes, a few memes on Twitter, at least by myself anyway, about whether Bottas will be moving to McLaren in the near future.
Or was it Vettel after changing to Ferrari that stopped in the Red Bull pit garage?
I know Hamilton stopped in the McLaren pit box when he went to Mercedes in one of his first races for Mercedes. I don't know if Vettel also did something similar as well. To be honest, it wouldn't surprise me.
Fairly bad habit to have that stop in the wrong pit garage, but yeah,
I mean, to be honest, once you spend so much time in one garage, it's like if you moved house. Sometimes you could understand that the person goes the wrong route back home because they think, it's their old home when they might have moved and have to go in a completely different direction.
Certainly. And so much of what you do as a race car driver is kind of programmed into your... I would even go down to muscle memory, So a lot of that is just doing what you're used to do without thinking, because the minute you start thinking too much, you're going to be too slow. So yeah, as we got the 51 with Borja Milan here having an incident at the NGK chicane. So as I said, and That spectator stand at the bottom there is just a really, really good place because you're actually easily able to see what goes on here as well as see the cars drive by at, I think it's the fastest place on track as well before the empty came.
Yeah.
Again, it's a Porsche and it's losing the rear end grip and that it ends up in the tire wall. So we know the story now. This is kind of repeat. Who are we on board with, Yusuf? Who is it?
Who are we on board with? We are on board with Michael Ciccolini, or Ciccolini, there we go, Ciccolini. I should know this.
You're the guy who speaks Italian, so you...
Yeah, I am half Italian. I think if my mum was listening into the broadcast, she'd be coming in to give me a good old slap for getting that name wrong. But no, Michael Ciccolini is out for the 766 car, and he's making his way up to the NGK chicane. And through it nice and cleanly. And currently, Mike Ciccolini, P10 overall, that is P7 if you exclude the DPI cars. And for Michael Ciccolini, a 41.7 last time, or his 41.7 is his previous best. And this time around, he's just getting ready to start his lap. So he makes his way down into the hairpin of turn 1 and a little bit slow. Couldn't quite get on the power as early as he would have liked.
Because if you don't get wide for the long left-hander there, if you don't get wide before that, you're going to lose momentum. So, not good to go wide in the first corner. That was someone off on the left there. Did you see what car that was?
I did not, actually.
I saw the smoke and something black. So I don't... Might have been Unison. Yeah, it's Unison Racing.
And actually, just going back that opening sector of the lap here at the...
And at the exit of the Mercedes Arena.
And I think with that, Alex Goldschmidt has now joined us. Alex, how are you doing?
Good evening, Yusuf. Good evening, Peter. Good evening, everybody. A little bit earlier than anticipated, but I'm here. Yes, Unisov Racing, that was a hard hit for the Aston Martin, the 717. It's been a pretty interesting qualifying session so far, especially with no surprise, Marcel Sinsick being at the top of the timesheets for Vargas Sim Racing.
I was actually discussing with Peter early on because Peter was saying that he was surprised to see Marcel Chinchik above the DPI cars, but we were talking in our race preview of whether we would be seeing Marcel Chinchik ahead of the DPIs as the drivers and the teams get used to what is a brand new car to the Endurance Racing World Championship.
Yeah, we discussed that quite a bit in the preview as well, didn't we? So it was more a case of just seeing what was going to happen. And yeah, the DPIs, Henry Sinnick, we know the caliber of that driver, formerly of Pinsim Drillers Esports, now with Satellite Racing in the leading DPI. Nello Pastorino rounding out the top 5 overall, second in class. Yeah, I'm rather interesting to see how the DPIs are going to compare to the LMP2s, and around a very tight and technical circuit here at the Nürburgring. It's going to be really, really interesting indeed.
Guys, what's going to be interesting as well?
Go on, Peter.
It's the commercial break that we are going to have in just a minute, because we do have to honor our sponsors who are actually paying for us to be able to do all these kind of things and arrange all this wonderful racing for people to participate in and watch as well. So we'll be right back after these messages from our sponsors.
Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, everyone, to the continuation of qualifying one for the fourth round of the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship being held. We're back again for a second tour in the Eifel region. This time it's the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. Alex Goldschmidt and Yusuf bin Suhail taking you through all the relevant bits of information that you need to know at the moment.
And irrelevant.
And, well, if you want to say irrelevant, Yusuf, you're more than welcome to do so, but we have had plenty of talk about Formula A karts, Formula KF karts, courtesy of Mr. Mumcar, and a big thank you to him for stepping in whilst doing the production of the show. And also we have to say a very warm welcome to everyone. So guten Abend alle Zuschauer, natürlich auf Deutsch in diesem Moment bei motorvision.de für die ganze Wochenende. So good evening to everyone over in Germany for that is motorvision.de. Yes, I am a German speaker, as I have just seen and there has been a bit of an altercation going through Dunlop, one of the Ferraris off, and it looked like there was a little bit of contact between either an LMP2 car or a DPI car. DPI's the new class for this weekend and for the rest of the season. Now, Yusuf, you've got something rather interesting to tell me, which I need to know about.
Yes, so just quickly regarding that incident, I'm pretty sure it was Kim Pedersen in the 766 car who made that contact because I was riding on board with him. So I just want to bring your attention, if we get the track side of Viaducten, one of the entries for the new class DPI, and Alex Goldschmidt, you noticed something slightly off about this Viaducten car?
Well, firstly, the thing is it's predominantly white for a start.
Exactly. Viaducten have decided to forego their orange liveries for the first time in, you know what, I'm just going to say in GTR history. So Viaducten changing their color scheme, and honestly, I don't know if this is going to bring them good or bad fortune for this race.
You know what? It's actually nice for them to have a little bit of a change. I think fortune does favour the brave, as they say.
Yeah. I think fortune does. Oh,
now that was a bit of a tussle with one, the Musto GD esports car. Now I'm not too sure whether that was the 53 or the 54, but that was very, very squirrely for the DPI. Nearly came clattering into the BMW M8 as now Team Viaducten making their way through into the right-hander at Advant, the fastest part of the circuit in terms of lateral sideways momentum, through into the NGK chicane, nigh on bunny hopping over the curbs, and then through into what was formerly known as Coca-Cola. It's now named after Hyundai N, who actually have their test facility not too far in Moispath, which I've actually been to myself and actually seen outside. Albert Biermann used to be part of BMW Motorsport GmbH, now is heading up the Hyundai N team in terms of their road car development.
And just to confirm regarding that bit of contact, that love tap we saw through the chicane, it was the 54 of Giordano Valeriano. In the other Master car, it is my favourite driver in the world, Manuel Biancalera, out in force. I believe the AlphaTauri F1 esports driver, unless he has switched teams, because he used to be, I believe, one of the Ferrari drivers. But good to see him anyway in the cars. I think we've always been talking about whether we would see him out on track, but I think every time he has not made an appearance. So I think this is his first time out on track.
Well, it's good to have people from the esports world jump into GTR 24H and finding out whether they're going to sink and swim. As I say that, it looks like the GTE Porsche from Juice's Motorsport has just exited pit lane, as has the 117 Varga Sim Racing, that now, instead of Marcel Shinchik, now has Daniel Wisner behind the wheel. They're quickest at the moment by a considerable margin. Zoltan Boda from the Mugen Sim Racing 22 car. Let's just put this into perspective. Mugen Sim Racing, 1 minute 38.897. Marcel Shinchik, Varga Sim Racing, 138.177. That is over 0.7 of a second quicker around this circuit. But obviously, the biggest thing about qualifying here on GTR 24H, for those that have just joined us, are new to this kind of format, it is the aggregate of both qualifying sessions that decides your grid position for the 12 hours of the Nürburgring, which gets underway at 1 p.m. Central European Summertime this coming Saturday, which, funny enough, is just tomorrow. Oh, my goodness me. But also, there's been a bit of an interesting development that Glam Racing, I've seen, are doing a GoFundMe, and they're going to be raising money for a very, very specific cause here, Yusuf, aren't they?
Yeah, so Glam Racing being a race for Child Hospice in Strandbacher Huset, which I've completely botched up. So if people want more information on that, they can go to the GoFundMe website, search up Glam Racing, and it is what pops up. So gofundme.com/f/Glam Racing if you want to find out more about what they are doing.
So really good to hear that they're going to be doing that for the rest of the 2021 EEWC season. We have got a little bit of a teaser. We've got some more names joining the commentary team for the season finale at the Le Mans 24 Hours, which is rather exciting. Two people that I actually know very, very well, and we'll be getting to know them in the next couple of weeks leading up into the penultimate round of the season, which unfortunately I won't be around for. Real life commentary has got me sort of hooked in, and also other work as well. But I will be back for the EEWC finale, the LAN event in Denmark at Le Mans or the virtual recreation of Le Mans for the 27th to the 31st of October. As Daniel Wisner nearly had a bit of a Code Brown moment, under braking, going down into Dunlop. Like, literally, I've never seen the back end of an LMP twitch so much, in LMP2 twitch so much in all my life, and I think he's going to need a virtual change of new Nomex when he comes into the pits. As again, he's sideways through Michelin. Oh my goodness. I mean, Daniel Wisner's pushing, but come on. I mean, that was an epic save going through Michelin. He's
pushing.
He's pushing and then some. I mean, he's not quite bunny hopping through the NGK chicane, and now here's the realisation of clean up on aisle 3 for Daniel Wisner as he comes into the pit lane. So he's now going to say to Marcel Chinchik, how on God's green earth did you set a 138.1? Because I can't get anywhere near it.
Well, I think for Daniel Wisner, I don't even think that was a hot lap. I think that was him starting up a lap. So we'll see what he can pull off on his hot lap. But I think, yeah, Daniel Wisner trying to match what Marcel Chinchik is able to do. And, well, you saw exactly how much he had to push the car to even try to get close.
Yeah, Viaducton, one of 3 DPI teams here this weekend. Axel Racing will be joining us a little bit later on in the season. They've got 2 cars, as myself and Yusuf discussed during the preview. And good to hear you talking about pro karts as well. Twin engine, as they say. Double the engines, double the power, double the fun. Well, double the calamity sometimes as well, depending on the weather conditions. But Viaductin, trying to get to grips with this car, and it is a bit of a different animal.
And, well, for Viaductin, we've seen them in the HyperCar class last year. We've seen them, well, in the GT3 class earlier this year. In the GTE class. They didn't really have much luck, did they, Viaductin? And I'm just trying to check how many points they've actually picked up so far this season. And I can't actually check because they've already been moved to the DPI class. So this is the 3rd car that they're racing with within, a year, to be honest. So we'll see how they do adapt to the new challenge.
Yeah, DEAC Hackers running in 4th overall, 3rd in LMP2. Roland Zooks behind the wheel, bringing the car into the pit lane, but Daniel Wisner back out once again, having had that quick clean-up operation neatly negotiated by the virtual pit lane crew, as he now makes his way through into the next left-hander. And here at the Nürburgring, very, very tight, very technical. We're going to have rapid closing speeds. Weather at the moment is overcast, but it's not coming down with any rain as such here on Friday. But we know that with the microclimate of the Eifel regions here, Yusuf, that you have to roll a dice and pick a number.
And we do know that the weather can completely change in the blink of an eye here at Nürburgring. I remember back at Indianapolis, Peter Moncon was talking to us about, I can't remember the effect that he dubbed it. It was, I can't remember.
It was a very fastidious word, which I never saw coming, and I just thought, you know what, for someone like Pete, that was it, metropolitan effect. There we go. Thank you, Peter, for that one. The metropolitan effect, or as I like to call it in continental Europe, it's not the metropolitan effect, it's the microclimate effect, because I've been at the Nürburgring when it's rained, I've been at Spa-Francorchamps when it's rained, I've been at Karting Genk when it's rained, I've been at Zolder when it's rained. You're within that window of opportunity that the metropolitan effect becomes more than just metropolitan, it becomes nigh on 2 countries wide.
Fair enough. Actually, speaking of Genk, I might be making a trip over to Genk in September, Alex. So when I'm there, I'll be seeing the track for the first time. I don't even know what the layout is like, so I'll see what the track feels like when I do get there.
Well, I can definitely give you some welcome tips, Mr. Winterheil, before you head over there. Where are the...
I will need those.
Yeah, don't worry. I've commentated well over 250 races there in my European karting commentary career. Well, I am effectively, unofficially known as the voice of Karting Genk. Whenever anyone hears an English voice, mainly it's me, because I'm normally there. But unfortunately, I've only been there once this season out of 3 weekends where Karting Genk actually had racing activities on 2 of the championships that I commentate on. So... yeah, doing that from home was the weirdest experience in my life. I mean, with sim racing, it's very, it's got me prepared for that, which I must be completely honest. It's nice to be able to diversify. And when people say to me, so do you enjoy sim racing commentary as much as you do real life racing commentary? I said, well, look at it from this perspective as,
Daniel Wisner, blimey.
Blimey O'Reilly and then some was what I just lost my chain of thought. Thank you, Daniel Wisner. So
let's catch that again.
Right, the point that I was alluding to before Daniel Wisner rudely interrupted, right? Well, I think Varga's team boss needs to have a word with him. I hope Marcel's going to be saying to him, what are you doing? You just literally scrubbed the tyres to Kingdom Come, as Roland Zooks is back out for DEAC Hackers, which we found out was to do with the local university with the team as well, which I think it was it you or was it you and O'Leary that found out? I think it might have been Ewan, wasn't it? I'm not sure.
I think we've all done it, because I remember back when I was interviewing... See, I always remember him by his online name of Padla Futes, but I then forget what his actual name is. Hang on, I shall be right back. DAC Hackers.
Norbert Jakob.
There we go, Norbert Jakob, yes.
Yeah. Which you can actually go to all the interviews on GTR24h.org, the likes of Tiziano Brioni from Musto GD Esports, Martin Milotai from Mugen Sim Racing, of course, the newcomer himself, Nick Newcomb from Juices Motorsport. We also had Mathieu Decaux from One Move Esports, amongst others. You can also go to live timing. You can also go to the spotter guide for this event, the weather radar. There's even a fan zone. So if you are a fan of one of these teams competing here this weekend at the 12 Hours of the Nürburgring, we'd like to see your involvement and also who you're cheering for, who you've got your virtual pom-poms out for. Also, a warm welcome to those listening on the official GTR24H radio. Coming back to what I was saying with regards to sim racing and commentating from home.
Yes.
Sim racing has really prepared me for that. And when I've commentated at a circuit that I know pretty much like the back of my hand, like karting Genk, like Pro Kart Race van Wackersdorf that I'm going to be commentating on this weekend. So I'm commentating from the United Kingdom and they're racing over in Bavaria. Go figure with that one, Alex Goldschmidt. But no real changes so far at the moment. However, everyone in the respective grids, I think all the way down to, I think there's a couple of cars, well, there is one car that hasn't set a respective lap time. Bart Sablotian in the 66 Volante Aston Martin, yet to set a hot lap in this session. At the moment, in terms of the respective class leaders, LMP2 overall, it is Marcel Chinchik that has set the fastest lap of the first session. Henry Sinnick for Satellite Racing in the number 64 DPI car rounds out the top three, but is fastest in DPI. Then looking down towards GTE, Manuel Biancolila in the Musto GD Esports 32. BMW rounds out the top 12, but leads GTE, and then GT3 Zoltan Varkonyi in the Mugen Sim Racing 41 McLaren 650S GT3. That car, I remember Yusuf at Indianapolis having that engine failure due to a double downshift going through the first chicane, and that really gave the opportunity to Unison Racing to run with the ball, and they did for the first two races. They won at Indianapolis. They also won at the Film Vault 12 Hours of Silverstone. But then round 3 came along. The balance of performance had been adjusted courtesy of Studio 397, and it put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons for this season, which is why things are really, really heating up in all classes so far. But I think having the DPIs, when we get a couple more cars from Axel Racing come either Spa or the Le Mans finale, whichever they decide to choose, it's going to add a bit more spice to that category. But it's a real good test for Satellite Racing with their two cars and Team Vardukten to get an initial look at what this car is truly capable of.
And you mentioned that engine blob with the double downshift for Alexander Zakharov and, or I should say for Unison Sim Racing. Honestly, I had almost completely forgotten about that. I feel. Oh yes, for Mugen. Yeah.
Because if I remember correctly, who was the driver behind the wheel? Was it Zsolt Pribek? Zsolt Pribek, I think, was the one behind the wheel, and it happened to him.
It might have been. I was going to say, I can barely remember. It feels like a lifetime ago. That opening race of the season in Indianapolis. I'm just looking at the driver lineup for Mugen. You've got Adam Suresh, Martin Milotai, Zsolt Pribek, and Donat Diesner. I think it probably was Zsolt Pribek who was at the wheel of the car.
I think we'd have to have a look at that and refresh our memories, so to speak, because we'll have a bit of time between Spa-Francorchamps, which has actually replaced what traditionally would be the penultimate round. I think previous seasons, Matsutaka, also known as the Suzuka International Racing Course, would normally be on the GTR 24H. calendar. However, we've decided to go with the Ardennes Forest. So we go from one microclimate here in June, and then late August we head to another microclimate in Belgium, in the eastern part of the country, not too far off of the German border. But things haven't really changed. But the good thing is to now have the championship back after the third round back in early March, Yusuf, for the third round at the Sebring International Raceway. As I've just seen, Team Viaducton have just pulled off the circuit, as there's a couple of Daniel Visner's bunny hopping the curbs, and that's a bit of a neater pit lane entry there, Daniel. Thank you very much for not giving us a bit of a requirement to have our own defibrillators by the side of our desks on standby. But I think, in all honesty here, Mugen Sim Racing, have been close to Varga, but Varga, they've had the perfect season, a full complement of scores, and it's now about who's going to get the who's going to get the runner-up spot on the grid in terms of the overall championship standings. But we know for a fact that with the Le Mans it's double points, but there is still quite a few of these chapters to be played out before the LAN event in Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, for me in the LMP2 class, I'm looking towards Deuces. They did not have a good time in Indianapolis, ended up finishing in P9. But since then, 2 third-place results, and they've been able to, tie themselves up with Mugen got that P4 in the opening round of the season, so they've closed up that 10-point deficit that they had. They're doing a good job so far, Deuces, and in qualifying, Sabakis at the wheel of the Deuces, casting in P5 overall, whereas for Mugen Sim Racing 22 cars, Alton Bodder currently sitting in second, which would disagree with what I'm saying, but still got about half an hour to go of qualifying 1, and then another 2 hours for qualifying 2 later on tonight.
Yes, indeed. So as we discussed earlier on, we explained earlier on that it is 2 qualifying sessions. If a team does not partake in either session, your aggregate is based off whatever time you make, and if you don't participate in both sessions, what happens? You're straight to the back of the grid for the 12-hour race. And we have seen it before, though, where teams have come through, and I'm going to make a point of this because, unfortunately, due to the sudden defunct nature of how PinSim Drillers Esports quickly said we are no longer around, we are now disbanding. We saw the likes of James Juba and the Beast Incarnate. Forgive the WWE Brock Lesnar reference right there. But Henry Sinek, he started from about P23 on the grid. I can't remember whether it was Sebring or whether it was Silverstone. And
Silverstone, I want to say.
45 minutes in, he got the overall lead. 45 minutes. That PinSim Drillers Esports HyperCar McLaren went from 20. Yeah, so I think it's just really a case of, just looking at how capable he might be in that car. And already by having putting it P3, and he's now going into the pits, I think, and he's just waxed. Oh my goodness, Henry Sinek has just done the unthinkable. He just drove into pit lane, and the front end of that DPI just went whack. Okay, just watch closely. Okay, so he's coming in, he's taking the curb, nice and neat and tidy. The car now drifts to the left, and bang.
You know, the thing is, Alex, I have seen that so many times, not here, so many times in F1 esports. I've seen this actually at the Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi, where people overshoot into the final right-hander, they go into the wall, But on the F1 game, that's a wheel gone in their race over, as well as the safety car coming out, which has been very entertaining and has resulted in quite a few chuckles. But you mentioned, the fact that Henry Cynic was without a team and now jumped to satellite racing in the DPI class. But let's not also forget Martin Hemmingsen as well, fantastic driver, Timotej Andonovski, Jeroen Kweekel. Everyone in that Pinson Drillers team was so fast. And then, down to the LMP2 class as well. James Zuber, Boyan Bogdanov, Jaime Tatui. So hopefully they all do get to find a new home at some point in the near future, and hopefully we get to see them out here in the EEWC as well for what will become the remaining 2 rounds of the championship.
Well, with that in mind, we're going to go to a brief commercial break here on GTR 24H. So join myself and Yusuf very, very shortly as we get to the brass tacks of the conclusion of qualifying 1 here for the 12 hours of Nürburgring.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and MotorVision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back. We are returning for the last few throws of the dice here in qualifying 1. Just seen a bit of an incident. Well, I'd call it more than just a bit of an incident. It looked like ABH had been happened actual bodily harm to one of the GT3 cars. Looks like the newcomers in the 420. That's the B32 Ferrari down in 24th overall. They're still finding their feet, but coming across them. of all cars, I did not expect the Juice's LMP2 car, Yusuf, getting itself very well and truly stuck in there.
And that was, I think it was just before the NGK chicane that incident occurred. So hopefully, well, I'm sure they will be able to get back to the pits fine before heading back out for a new set of hot laps. And that Juice's LMP2 car is the, just double checking, the number 15 car, which is currently sitting in P5 at Sabakis, who has been able to set a 1:39.5 as his best lap. 0.3 down, or 2.5 tenths down on Roland Sux in the 95, which is the DEAC Hackers.
Right, just keep your eyes. I'm now gonna go on. Well, we're just gonna see what's happening now. Henry Cynic has just gone purple in the DPI in its first outing. He's done a 41.963, and he's just put in the fastest DPI time of the session, with 24 3/4 minutes remaining, a 1:39.051. That puts him less than a second away from the 1:17 Vargas Sim Racing, with Marcel Chinchik having set that lap. So the DPI seems to be coming a bit better along in terms of its pace during the latter part of the session here, Yusuf, especially in the last 25 minutes.
And I do wonder if that is the conditions maybe getting better for them, or just Henry Cynic getting more and more used to this DPI car. Of course, the announcement for the DPIs coming in to replace the HyperCar didn't happen that long ago. I think it was, less than a month ago, really. So there hasn't been a huge amount of time for the drivers to get comfortable with the car. And I'm sure, the amount of time that they're getting on track, pushing the car to its absolute limit, is some much needed track time for all of the drivers.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a learning experience. Wajid Mizik in the number 51 WOSR car has to take avoiding action, and that was coming out of the exit of the Mercedes arena, if I'm very much mistaken. Now the car makes its way down through Ford, and then the run down in towards Dunlop. So we'll just see if we can stay with this car. Second at the moment, it's second at the moment in GTE, behind the number 53 Musto GD Esports BMW. Musto GD Esports having a better turn of form, I think, in the 53 in comparison with the 54 at the way things stand at the moment. But Mizik still going through, and there is the WOSR iZone Performance Porsche. Remember when that car went absolutely flying out of Silverstone? I think it was coming out onto the Hangar Straight, and we had a big moment at Indianapolis with Pinsim Gilles Esports, as it looks like one of the DPIs has just gotten out of the way, and that was Henry Cynic. But I think, if memory serves me correctly, I'm just trying to remember now, I think it might have been, I'm not too sure, in the lineup of that car, who exactly went flying, because that car had a massive whack on the right-hand side, as all the 420 B32 nearly having a bit of side pod rubbing with Vargas Sim Racing, and that was coming through the Haken.
To answer your question, I think it was either Jose Berengawa or Jordi San Andres who was at the wheel of the WOSR iZone Performance car when that incident occurred.
Yeah, I think you're very much right. It could be one of those two drivers that might have, as we would say in the United Kingdom here, Yusuf, they've come a cropper with that one. And that was, I think, one of the most, you had Pinsim's incident at Indianapolis. You then had WOSR at Silverstone, of all places. But things are closing up a little bit. I mean, but to see Henry Cynic now putting that lap time a second off of the top time by Marcel Chinchik is not exactly the smallest gap, but I think it's a lot closer than maybe even Henry Cynic with his racecraft in the world of sim racing. For him to have expected to have been that close at this stage. I mean, it's early days for DPI. We don't know how things are going to pan out in the race tomorrow, but I'm wondering whether the DPIs are going to give the LMP2s a bit of a run for their money.
You'd have to think so. I mean, it all comes down to how consistently the likes of the 117 and the DPI cars can do these laps, because if you don't have consistency, then, well, that's going to really hurt you coming into the race. And also something else to remember is what are the fuel loads of these cars? How far can they go? Because usually with the LMP2 cars, I think it's about 45 minutes we tend to see before they have to come in and make a pit stop due to running low.
Yeah, and it will be very much a case in point whether they can... I mean, one of the benefits about being here at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, you have got opportunities to use a strategy called lift and coast. I mean, and also engine braking, like say going through from Ford to Dunlop. You've got basically a parabolica style straight, very much in the same ilk as Hockenheim in its current iteration. But it is off camber. It cambers down to the left-hand side. You can use the engine braking, irrespective of whether that car has a is front-engined, it's mid-engined, that we see with the LMP2s and the DPIs. The engine braking will assist in slowing that car down, and then it will be then down to the drivers to understand where those braking points are, going through particular points of the circuit, going through into Dunlop. You know, you could lift off maybe halfway still going down that straightaway, save maybe a litre or so going into the braking zone, and then hit the anchors and just use that momentum, that gravity effect of that car to get into that corner, rotate it in. Okay, you're probably going to lose that going up through the Schumacher S's and up towards Michelin, but it's going to help to really eke out that fuel mileage. And one of the biggest things we know about strategy in endurance racing is that every single car will be at map 1, low load of fuel for qualifying, but in the race, it's something completely different indeed, as there is a bit of a moment here. That is for Carlos Basto. Oh, that's a big hit into the wall, and that is... that car is going to need a bit of TLC in the pit lane, but that was a very, very hard hit. And in terms of the lap times between Carlos Basto and Viaducton, considering Basto's in the 57 LMP2 car, and that is Ramada Motorsport, he was coming out of Dunlop and the back end just decided to go all squirrely and then sent the front left going into the wall first. That's not one thing you want during qualifying, but still they have another session just trying to see if they can improve their aggregate.
Still time for Carlos Basto and for Viaduct in the DPI car if they want to improve their times. I was taking a look at Henry Sinnick. He just completed his lap. He went quicker than Zoltan Bode in Sector 2, quicker than him in Sector 3, purple in both of the sectors, but still 600ths down on what Zoltan Bode was able to do, who currently sits in second overall and second in the LMP2 class. So for Henry Sinnick, it's that Sector 1 where he seems to be losing time, and Sector 1 is the part of the track that some might call it, you know, the Mickey Mouse part. It's very slow, off camber as well through turns 2 and 3. You have to get that front end. You have to get that front end turn very early, especially through turn 3 in the Mercedes arena. You've got to hold it so tight for as long as you can, so that you set yourself up for the right-hander before the Ford chicane. And for Henry Sinnick, he just seems to be losing that little bit of time, and I don't know whether that's a driver issue. Maybe the DPI just struggles relative to the LMP2s in that sector.
Yeah, I think it's just the infancy of the car being used here at GTR 24H. It may be a car that up until this very round that Henry Sinnick hasn't really had a chance to truly explore the potential of said car. And that is one of the things that we knew that it was going to be a different challenge. You know, the HyperCar, Sinnick and Hemmingsen, I mean, like literally, you put those two in a McLaren Senna GTR, they will literally go into another area code before you've even clicked your fingers. That's how quick they are. But I think now a change of environment, going to satellite racing, and also a different car. And that's where drivers have to completely reacclimatise. They have to get used to their new surroundings. And it's going to be a very fresh, a very visceral experience for Henry Sinnock and the rest of the team in the 64, and also the 65, the sister car, which currently has, Ryan Nash has put that car P6 overall, P3 in class. And the difference between the 65 Satellite Racing DPI Cadillac and the number 1 Viaducting DPI Cadillac, well, it was a 139.534 for the number 65, and for the number 1, it's 139.890. So a clear nigh on, well, that's over 3.5 tenths of a second. And then you look at Henry Sinnock, he is within 8 tenths of Varga Sim Racing. So you now see 3 different chapters being written by 3 different entities, and that is where the story really starts to unfold. We don't know how it's going to play out, where the twists and turns are going to be. Is it going to be going from hero to zero, or is it going to be the other way around? We don't know. We're probably just as wondering as much as you people watching at home are, and a big thank you to you all for doing so. If you are watching on the official GTR24H YouTube channel, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you're informed as to when our channel goes live with every single bit of racing action, and also for upcoming content through either myself, Yusuf, or whoever is involved with GTR24H. We want to try and make sure that we give you as much quality content as much as we can for your viewing pleasure. So 13 and a half, just under 14 minutes still to go here, Yusuf. Still early days, but the weather hasn't really changed. It looks to be a little bit brighter, but the headlights are on at the moment, as I've just seen one of the cars looks to be Zoltan Boda in the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing car that is just making its way through. Looks like Henry Sinnock is also back out on track. This is, I think realistically, what we're going to see here for the 12 hours of Nürburgring is a very different race to what we have seen over the past, well, the first 3 rounds of the championship. We came into Indianapolis and we knew who the players were. Now that things have changed between March and through into now, late June, a lengthy time where drivers have been able to get themselves ready, look ahead to what's going to happen in the final 3 rounds of the season, prep themselves. Is there anything they need to, weed out in terms of the little nuances of issues that might come across to what's happened? We've seen disconnects this season where drivers, if they haven't announced a race control, they're coming back into the server. The first thing that hits them, three lap penalty straight away, knocks them for 6, knocks them on the back foot, and they've then got to react accordingly. But I think with the introduction of DPI, we're going to see closing speeds in the same area as the LMP2 cars. So now the GTE and the GT3 classes really have to keep their eyeballs on stalks. It's not going to be easy. This circuit is tight, it is technical, it is fast flowing, and it is challenging, and there is minimal room for overtaking. But some of the bigger areas of talking about overtaking, going into the HyperCar T1, going through into the NGK chicane, that can be done. It can be gone through too wide. I've seen it before here on our Factor 2, and believe you me, it was closer than having an A4 sheet of paper put on landscape between 2 cars. That's how close it can be. We have seen, but this is where the championship really takes an interesting turn as, there is one, oh no, we've had a massive moment, an LMP2 car, and also looks to be the DIS SR SimLab Racing McLaren that has just had a massive moment. You can see the McLaren there getting back underway, and that is the DIS SR Lab car. Trying to make out who was the other one. I think it might have been the 777-6.
Was that lag?
I'm not sure.
For a second, the DIS car just disappeared off the screen. on the exit of the chicane, and then when it came back, it just seemed to clack into whichever poor unfortunate driver was in the LMP2 car. I don't think there was much the LMP2 driver
that was the 766 with Bo Christiansen behind the wheel of that car. So that's the 766. That was the DSR Dream Team. You know what's really funny is that whenever we have DSR, and this is not meant to be a dig at DSR Dream Team by any stretch of the imagination, but when you have one team called Dream Team and you have the other one called Nightmare, I think those two team names speak for themselves, Yusuf, wouldn't you say?
Well, you say that, but I made this joke back in Matsusaka last season in the EEWC that why is it that the Nightmare team are having the dream races and the dream team are having nightmares of races, and it's kind of been that way ever since. The Nightmare team is, I guess, the A team and the dream team is the B team, so kind of ironic in that sense, and as well with how the fortune tends to play out as well.
Yes, it's always where the cookie crumbles. I'm just keeping an eye on one of the satellite racing DPIs, and that is going to be Ryan Nash in the 65. He's currently out at the moment. He's just put in a 34.774 Sector 1, Sector 2 42.8. Now is making his way through into the NGK chicane. Good approach there. And one of the interesting things about the DPI cars, for those that can actually see on the right hand side of your screens, look at the amount of surface area of the top part of those tyres that were not covered. So you can see that the aerodynamics on the DPIs, very much a category that has been considered for use in Le Mans prototype racing over years past. It just goes to show that form tries to follow function, but at the moment the one that's really wrestling with the DPI as well is Henry Sinnick running out the top three. We've got 8.5 minutes to go in this first of two qualifying sessions, the fourth round of the season, as but Henry Sinnick doing his level best to try and push that car further forward up the field. And what's more, behind Zoltan Broda, he's only 2/10 off of an LMP2 is Henry Sinnick. As I've just seen that Zoltan Broda going through Dunlop has just locked up the right side tyres into the braking zone, so he is starting to push. He's done a 34.0 in the first sector and gets all kind of squirrely going through the Schumacher S's. Now into Michelin, we're going to try and ride on board with the number 22, currently P2 at the moment, through out of Warsteiner, now into the right-hander here at Advan. And Henry Sinnick, you can now see on your screens, wrestling away with that steering wheel as Zoltan Broda, as one of the DPI cars has gone off. That's the 65 that has absolutely swapped ends, and I think that was Ryan Nash. He was trying to make it into the pit lane, outbraked himself. Oh my goodness. Who's going to pick up the laundry bill at Satellite Racing in the 65 after that one? Oh my goodness. These DPIs are definitely a handful, but not for Henry Sinnick at this moment with 7 minutes to go.
Henry Sinnick driving around, and just in case anyone's watching and wondering, how can I tell the difference between a DPI car and an LMP2 car? Well, the way I like to think of it is, if you're seeing the front of the car and it looks ugly, it's an LMP2. If it looks nice, it's a DPI. They've got much sleeker looks around the front headlights, whereas the LMP2 cars have more of a boxes essentially around the front wheel arches. I know I probably offended quite a few LMP2 lovers with that statement, but I stand by it.
To be honest with you, the biggest thing that I love about the design of the Cadillac DPI, unlike the LMP2 class where we have the Ligier and the Oreca chassis, the DPIs is a sole Cadillac orientated car. Obviously, over in IMSA, it's a very, very different proposition completely. So you'll have brands like Acura, which is effectively the luxury version of Honda, let's say, but only in America. And then Cadillac is another manufacturer. Cadillac actually has won multiple races in IMSA with Wayne Taylor Racing before they switched to Honda for this season. But one of the things I do like about the DPIs, which was the point I've just gone around the houses with a little bit there, sorry Yusuf, is the way of the daytime running lights, how it looks very much Peugeot-esque at the front, where you got them where they're coming straight down, whereas you see, I'm going to basically say it how I see it. You look at an LMP2 car, and it looks like it's got bug eyes on the front of it. That's what it says to me about LMP2. A very, very different look in comparison. I mean,
I'm just going to say, Alex, that's a very politically correct way of saying ugly.
Well, I'm glad you said that. Because, and the nightmare for the Dream Team continues, because they've just done exactly the same thing as what Henry Cynic just did, going into the pit lane, like literally. Or is it I'm just going to have a look, because it looks like there's a little bit of a slow-mo replay, as always here. And, just has a bit of a moment and goes into the barriers, heading into the Haukaken. So it wasn't enough that they hit the tyre stack there. Whoops.
Whoops indeed for them. They've still got, they've got just enough time to go into the pits, put in fuel for one more hot lap and go back out, as I'm seeing actually the 15 of Dylan Klaver doing the exact same thing. Now, Zoltan Boda, purple in sector 1 according to my timing sheet, or it's flashing between green and purple, so either way, he's on a new personal best. His current best is a 38.7, and let's see if he can close down that 6/10 gap to Daniel Wisner as he makes his way onto the back straight.
Yeah, and some cars, I've just noticed that I'm looking at the speeds that the DPIs are putting in. Team Viaductum were clocking just over 270 kilometers an hour, as now Zoltan Boda absolutely flies his way through the NGK chicane, coming out of the Hyundai N curve and heads towards the line, and did not improve. A 1 minute 38.855, and I think the NGK chicane probably cost them a good couple of tenths, because that car was now all over the place going through that chicane. You can straight line it at NGK, but if you go into it a bit too hot, we've seen where some drivers have literally pushed the limits of adhesion. I think Zoltan Boda was trying to see if he could get closer to help with that aggregate against Marcel Cinchik and Daniel Wisner and the whole crew at Vargas Sim Racing. But that just goes to show that when a slight amount of desperation goes on a qualifying lap, you know that they are doing everything in their power, and no matter what they throw at Vargas Sim Racing, they have not got the answer that really fulfills that criteria.
Giordano Valeriano just put in a new hot lap, not quite enough to beat his previous best, 500 shy, and as a result he will be finishing qualifying 2/10 off the lap of the number 51, which is the WOSR Izon performance car of Boya Milan, and that's going to bring his qualifying session to a close. Just looking if there's anyone else. Roland Zooks, Ryan Nash green through the opening 2 sectors, and he's only 300 shy of Dylan Klaver in the 15 car. This is effectively the battle for P4 in the LMP2 class, as Ryan Nash makes his way into the final hairpin, but no, the rear end just swapping ends on him. He does a fantastic job to keep it under control, and for Ryan Nash, has this cost him? It's a 41-2. He's lost so much time in the final sector. Oh, dearie me. Roland Zooks, though, is still pushing, and he's going to put in a 39.0. It's 800ths of Henry Cynic, but it might make all the difference once we get to those aggregate qualifying times at the end of the second qualifying session.
Yeah, just over a minute and 10 remaining in the session. Roland Zuk still out there. Wojciech Bolesny out there amongst others, as B32 Racing, the LMP2 entry, has gone rally crossing going through Dunlop. So that's not what they want. They're going to have to get that car up to speed rather sharpish. As Wojciech Bolesny, one of the regulars at Juice's Motorsport Club in the number 74 Porsche 911 GTE. They took pole position at Indianapolis. We talked about their strifes, obviously, with Nick Newcomb having a technical failure that put him straight into the outer wall, coming through the final corner at Indianapolis. But Wojciech Bolesny, currently at the moment, is fourth in GTE, and he is a fair distance off of Bianco Colilla at the moment. But can Bolesny wrestle Weissach's finest around this circuit? He's about to come through the Hyundai N-Curver. And at the moment, Bolesny, 37.1 in the first sector, 46.6. And he puts in his personal best, but it's not enough. It's close to Giordano Valeriano from Musto GD Esports. The gap between them, Yusuf, 23 thousandths, and that is 0 on the timer for qualifying 1 for the 12 hours of Nürburgring. But Roland Zukes looks to be trying to improve, but has had a howler in the middle sector at 52.7. That was 10.3 seconds off of Henry Sinnick's personal previous sector 2, as they all start filtering into the pit lane. But at the end of the first session of qualifying for the fourth round of the GTR 24H EEWC here at the Nürburgring, it is Varga Sim Racing that lead on aggregate after qualifying 1 in LMP2 with a 1 minute 38.117. Follow that up result on board. Henry Sinnick leads the way in DPI for the Satellite Racing 64 crew. DAC Hackers third in LMP2, fourth overall. Juice's Motorsport in the number 15. They ran out the top 4 in LMP2, top 5 overall. Then it's Ryan Nash for DPI, number 65, Satellite Racing, with Team Viaducton in the number 1 DPI car, rounding out the top 7. And it's Ramada Motorsport, DSR Nightmare, DSR Dream Team, B32, Musto GD Esports showing at the top of the timesheets in the 53. And then looking down to GT3 itself, there's still quite a lot of action to come in the second session. It is the 41 of Mugen Sim Racing's Zoltan Volkonyi that has taken the top time in GT3. Well, when dramas start to appear, it always begins in the first half of the second part of the season, doesn't it, Yusuf?
Yeah, it's when you pretty much know, or you start to have a much better idea as to how much of an impact incidents can have. You know, at the start of the season, you see an incident, it's like, oh, you know, it's an incident, but you don't really know the effect that that can have. Whereas, you know, once you get towards the end and you see Lewis Hamilton having an engine failure in Malaysia, you know that one's gonna hurt. Whereas if it happens at the start of the season, you think, oh, there's plenty of time to bring it back. And now we are in the second half of the season, and we do start to have a bit of a blueprint for how the championship is looking, who are our favourites and all of that. But I think with that, we're going to be jumping on into our commercial break, and we'll be back momentarily to wrap up qualifying, essentially run through all of the orders before looking towards our second qualifying off session in half an hour's time.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, after what's been a rather interesting first qualifying session, dramas for Unison Racing, the current points leaders in GT3 having their own dramas with the walls. Henry Sinnick showing a good turn of pace in the 64 DPI Satellite Racing Cadillac. Quite a few incidents in through the session. One of the other, it looks like the 65 had its fair share of dramas there with the number 74 of Juice's Motorsports GT Porsche of Wojtek Bolesny. So it has been a rather interesting learning affair for all and sundry here at the fourth round of the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Daniel Wisner had his fair share of moments during the session, and quite a few other drivers doing their level best to get the cars up the order as quickly as possible. We saw some off-track excursions, we saw some collisions with the barriers during proceedings. Daniel Wisner being the most notorious of sideways exponents. Despite the fact it being an LMP2 car, he would have his fair share of trials and tribulations, even deciding to do a bit of grass cutting a la Valtteri Bottas back in Austria last year when he was racing, when the Finn was racing at the Red Bull Ring. But it was down to Marcel Chinchik that gave the opportunity to Varga Sim Racing to keep themselves at the sharp end of the grid, the current LMP2 championship leaders who have so far had a perfect score this season. 3 race victories, they completed all 3 races. Daniel Wisner even tangled with the barriers, so Varga Sim Racing still having some work to do around this tight, technical, fast-flowing circuit, a far cry from what we saw at the Nürburgring Nordschleife one-off here at GTR 24H. Giorgiano Valeriano from Musto GD Esports in the BMW M8 also found the barriers with repairs having to be effected, and Henry Sinnick providing one of the many moments where we saw some of the drivers having an altercation with the tyre barriers going into the pits, and he was not the only one that fell foul of that one. It is a new car for that team to understand and use to the best of their abilities. Ramada Motorsport also had troubles in the meantime. The 57 piloted at this particular moment, Carlos Basto, would hit the wall heavy on the left-hand side coming out of the exit of the Dunlop hairpin. Henry Sinnick would push the DPI Cadillac as one of the Volante cars would literally give the number 64 driver a bit of a scare. That was going through the Haughaken and into the Mercedes arena. But Henry Sinnick bringing that car to within 8 tenths of Marcel Chinchik at the end of the session. He was improving lap after lap and showing that the DPI Cadillac is a welcome new addition. But this was one of the biggest incidents. DSR Dream Team in the 766 LMP2 car and the 46 DISSR Lab coming together through the chicane. And you can see here that the DISSR Lab starts to drift to the left-hand side. And there alongside looks to be a little bit of a connection or lag issue there. But both cars ending up through into the barriers and then having to do a return to garage. And also Wojtek Bolesny in the Porsche doing his level best, managing to put that car 4th in GTE, but even he had dramas in Weissach's finest, even though with it being a rear-wheel drive rear engine car. And the dramas kept on coming. The DSR Dream Team finding themselves having to be on the receiving end of yet another nightmare, as not only did the 766 do exactly the same as the 64 of Henry Sinek, but once more going down the start-finish straight, it had a moment touching the barriers on the right-hand side on the approach to turn 1, the Haughaken. And again, Wojtek Poleczny, one of those drivers that was really pushing like crazy. The B32 Racing LMP2 car that rounded out the top 8 come the end of the session would have its own dramas coming through the exit of Dunlop. But Yusuf, really, plenty of spins, especially with DIS SR Lab in the 46 McLaren, doing a 360 and at one of the fastest points on the circuit, coming out of the Michael Schumacher S's, and then rearranges the rear bodywork.
Yeah, and we've seen quite a few incidents happening as well over the course of qualifying, and hopefully the drivers can keep it nice and tidy in qualifying too. That being said, it was, a relatively clean session, and, we're always going to see incidents of some sort appearing on the track. And for those of you who are new to the Endurance E-Racing World Championship, essentially we've got 2 qualifying sessions, one during the day, the second at night, so to give slightly different conditions for the drivers to work their way around, and then their best laps, or the team's best laps from each of the sessions, are combined, and those combined times are used to form the starting grid for our race on Saturday.
Yeah, so nighttime is currently out at the moment, as we're seeing a few more repeats. A big thank you to John Fabricius Terrell and Peter Muncombe over at GTR24H HQ back over in Denmark. We're looking forward to catching up with them in person at the latter point of this season, at the season finale in Denmark later on this year. And the one thing that I really, really love about this format, Yusuf, is the fact that we see qualifying very much like we do, for instance, say the 24 hours of Le Mans. You have a qualifying during the day, and you have a qualifying during the night. That really adds a bit of spiciness to the action, but it also gives the teams the opportunity to get a taster of what to expect in the night time, especially when at some points on the circuit you're going to have times where only the headlights can guide you, not the lights above you.
Yeah, and when you don't have those lights above you and you just have the headlights, it does make things a bit darker. And I've spoken to drivers as well, and it was specifically, we were discussing about the Nordschleife, and they said that they prefer driving in the darkness because, they kind of just feel like there's nothing else around, as well as the fact that they have to concentrate more. So it forces you to essentially not have a lapse in concentration. You're always giving it absolutely everything, and you never think, I can relax a bit, which can sometimes be such a fatal error, really. So maybe some drivers do prefer it in the night from our current roster of drivers, and we will be expecting the times to be changing slightly, maybe getting a couple of tenths slow in the cooler conditions, a little bit less rubber out on circuit.
Yeah, so for those wondering about the remainder of the calendar for 2021 for this current season of the EEWC, the Endurance E-Racing World Championship, we do have our penultimate round of the season. It will be twice around the clock, so it will be 24 hours at Spa-Francorchamps, and that will take place between the 26th and the 29th of August. And then the season finale, the 27th to the 31st of October, a very, very packed schedule now, and it is one that I am seriously looking forward to. Yusuf, you were there last season for the finale. The atmosphere on a LAN event is simply electric, isn't it?
Yeah, and sadly for me, I've never actually been to the land per se. I've been, to the studio in Denmark, but we've never had the drivers around us. I've been fortunate enough to do another effectively on-site event, but again, sadly, the players weren't there. We were just in our studio. Either way, it's always good when I've got my co-commentator alongside me. Makes things a lot easier, and hopefully this time we also get the drivers around, and from what I've been told as well, the atmosphere is simply, something else.
Further news about the LAN event will be coming in due course, so as soon as we are able to update you, we will let you know accordingly, because obviously with these difficult times, with the fact that modern technology has allowed us to still continue to do what we love doing, which is talking about racing here on GTR 24H, there is still plenty of racing to come. There's also the Hill Climb Championship that we are doing at the moment, which normally runs on Monday nights, which has been a bit of a change. Obviously, the Sprint Series Season 2, we are waiting to give you more information about that. Again, it will be on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. A lot still to come here, plenty of action on GTR 24H, but this weekend it is concentrating predominantly on the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. And you know what? It was really... what was really good? I have to give credit where credit is due, and I hope this doesn't go to his head and blow up his ego, but Peter Munkholm being an absolute trooper to get the preview that you and I recorded earlier on this week up and running. Peter, I have to say, I doff my cap to him, because the skills that man has, absolute wizardry. I don't know whether Peter was... previously an extra in a Harry Potter film, but he's definitely got some kind of magic wand, and it normally spans around video production, doesn't it?
You know what? I feel like next time we're going to have to do our video preview even closer to the date of the race, just to really test people, just see how high, just how much he can pop off. I did see some posts on Facebook with him, I guess complaining a little bit while simultaneously getting the job done as to how late we had left it, and how far he was through it, and how many hours quite literally he had to put into editing the piece. So huge thank you to Peter for getting that one done for us.
Yeah, 2 thumbs up from the pair of us, buddy, and hopefully we'll be able to catch up with him in person and thank him face to face, rather than when we normally have to do it over broadcast here, because at the end of the day we all want to get to normality, and things are looking that way at the moment. But the main thing is that with how we're still able to be connected through the wonders of modern technology, sim racing has brought so many people from so many different walks of life together over the past 16 or so months, as practice has got about 17 minutes still to go. And
Alex, just jump on board with Fabio Liuzzi. Never mind. He was reversing along the start-finish straight. It was really entertaining.
He did a 180. He came out of the Hyundai N curve, and then all of a sudden the back end just went whoops, and that was a 180 you didn't want to see coming. But I think I'm gonna have a look at what Donat Diesel is doing at the moment, because they've got about 16 and a half minutes still to go in practice, but then the auto cams just decided to kick in. Oh god, just my luck. And that's the problem with compatibility. I'm so looking forward to working in the studio, because then at least I know that I'll be able to use the shortcuts correctly.
I'm just going to be honest with you, Alex. It serves you right for owning a Mac. What did you think was going to happen?
Well, it's what I've known for 25 plus years. It still gets the job done.
Wait, has Mac been around for 25 years?
My dad was in graphic design over 25 plus years ago. It was his. It was actually his profession. So I'm going to really show my age now. Is that the first computer that I ended up using was a Macintosh 2 back in the early 90s.
I'll be honest. I had no idea what time a Macintosh 2 was around at. When did he say? In the 80s?
Not early night. I'm not that old, you.
But that's what I was wondering. I thought 80s or what?
No. That's why I said early 90s. You didn't hear. I think you just.
I mean, it was still before I was born. So yeah, I'd say a blast from the past, but it's a blast from like
I can beat that.
the non-reality for me.
Yeah, well, Peter says he can beat that.
Yeah, I've enabled myself on the stream again now because I had to comment on that.
Yes, you do. Go on.
Because my uncle is an IT engineer. He had his own company, and I think it was in 1988 he bought his first PC, which was an Osborne one.
Oh,
so
good.
I think that's a record, because I kind of inherited that 2 years after that. So that was where I started to learn all the basic programming and stuff like that was on that Osborne, and programmed my own kind of what's the game called, Asteroids or something like that, where you have kind of a little cursor thing at the bottom that kind of shoots at things falling down. I programmed something like that way back then. That was my first experience in
I thought that was called Alien Invasion or something.
Yeah, Alien Invasion or something like that.
Yeah, well, Asteroids was the one where you actually had your spaceship in the middle and you used to sort of spin around, and you used to sort of hit the fire button as much as possible and try and reduce the asteroids to nothing.
Yeah,
the origin of Super Smash and smashing your keyboard as hard as you can.
Especially the spacebar. And then you'd find out how quickly it wouldn't work.
Fair enough. I think the oldest game I recall playing, I mean, this is aside from, the likes of pinball and stuff that used to come on the old Windows PCs, but I remember at some point my mum and dad got a really old console, and I think it was Alien Invasion, where you've got a character in the middle, you can move it, and then there's like rows of aliens at the top that slowly get lower and lower down, and you've got to try to get through them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a play on a lot of games. I mean, one of the ones, the earliest couple of shoot-em-ups I used to play as a kid, 1947, which was like the old, as if World War II had actually carried on, and that was it. Or no, it's 1914 it was called, sorry, and then Space Invaders, very similar to Alien Invasion. Space Invaders was the original shoot-em-up, and then I remember R-Type back in the mid-80s when I was about 10 or 11. And that was like a sideways shoot 'em up, and that was. I actually managed to get that on a smartphone a little while back. They did some like, with smartphones these days, you do sometimes get these reshelled classics. I've even seen Sega's Crazy Taxi actually doing the rounds on Android and iOS, and I was like thinking, hang on a second, I remember that in the early 2000s.
We used to have a Sega I can't remember what game we had on the Sega. It was really old. That's all I know.
Was it a Sega Mega Drive or?
Honestly, Alex, I was about 5, 6 at the time. In fact, I think there's a cupboard over there which might still have it in. If you really want me to get it out and have a flash from the past, I can have a gander and see if it is in one of these cupboards, because I think it is around there somewhere.
So, okay, well, was the console white is the answer?
No, it was a black console.
Okay, so that gives me an indication. So that would probably be something like a Mega Drive or something like that, because they had a Sega Genesis, which was a CD-ROM console, a bit like...
No, it was a cartridges. Yeah,
cartridges. So that'll be Sega Mega Drive, which would be that one. They had quite a few titles on that. I still remember like Altered Beast. Was it Streets of Rage? Those were games that I grew up with. But then I remember. Now this is a blast from the past as well. Talking about consoles, and this console actually was an arcade game because it was an import in Japan in the mid 1990s from SNK, who did the King of Fighters beat 'em up series called Neo Geo, and you could actually stick that console into an arcade cabinet and actually make money by using it. And I was like thinking, and there used to be a computer game shop that I'd always go into at school at lunchtime and spend about £5 on it. And
£5 back then as well.
Yeah, when it was 50p a throw. And games these days, you're putting £3-4 in an arcade game or something like that, which is, I look at it and went, I could have played a game like that back 20 years ago for about 50p. For one credit. And now they're charging
in fairness, I think it is expensive now, but 50p back then is like what, £2 now, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of there. We also have, which still works and my family still use from time to time, the old Super Nintendo Entertainment System with Street Fighter 2 on it.
Oh, now you're speaking my language, Yusuf. You're speaking my language. One of the first real fighting games that I really enjoyed. I mean, I still remember, what was it? So, yeah, because I remember the original Street Fighter when you just could only select Ryu as the character. But then Street Fighter 2 then came along, and then you had Turbo. I think you had World Warrior Edition. You then had Street Fighter 3. You then had one of the weirdest platforms for Street Fighter was when they did, I think it was called Street Fighter EX, and it was like a 3-dimensional version of Street Fighter. Basically, take Virtua Fighter from Sega and put Street Fighter characters on it, and you've got Street Fighter EX, which was weird. But then they brought Street Fighter 4. Now they've got Street Fighter 5 out.
There's just too many characters now.
There are, and then all I'm going to say is that when you put Chun-Li in the skimpiest bikini possible in Street Fighter 5, let me just say, you need to have a look at a screenshot of that one to see what I'm talking about. I mean, it's just gotten ridiculous.
It's a good thing I've got multiple windows. Hang on, I'm going to check this out.
You might get, all I'm going to say is
I'm not going to do it now.
Risque with Capcom is not a word that is probably in the vocabulary in Japan. I mean, especially when you know about anime and manga these days.
Well, I mean, even with Street Fighter 2, we always used to call Chun-Li Thunder Thighs because she could pack a kick with those, or kick and a half, really. Also, actually, one of my favourite characters. Although the one that used to really annoy me and was my dad's, secret weapon when he really wanted. So my dad would either play with Chun-Li, or when he'd get really serious, he'd pull out Dal Sim. And as a 6-year-old, not really knowing how to play, with my dad using Dal Sim from really far away just to perfect us, it was very infuriating to say the least.
Well, as you said that perfectly gives us the time to head to another commercial break. Because very soon we'll be getting qualifying 2 under the nighttime sky here at the Nürburgring underway.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours at Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get things underway for the second half of the qualifying evening here on GTR 24H for the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Alex Goldschmidt and Yusuf Bin Sahel back with you once again. And it is the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. Good evening to everyone watching on all the relevant GTR 24H streams. And also a warm welcome to all our friends over in Germany. Motorvision.de. Heute Abend sind wir wieder zurück bei dem vierten Runde bei dem Endurance E-Racing World Championship bei GTR 24H. Und jetzt fangen wir an mit dem zweiten Hälfte von Qualifying heute Abend. So, yeah, pretty much.
Peter, is this how you feel when I start speaking in Italian mid-broadcast?
Oh... you know what? I'm really looking forward to when that actually happens.
Oh, just get a Musto driver in for an interview.
Excuses for the viewers there. We're having some issues with starting the qualifying session, so we're going to have to restart it. And we've got the highlights from qualifying on while we're waiting for everything to load. There was some timing issues. Don't inform me.
So we've just been updated by production. I don't know if you could hear production.
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh, okay, fine. Production's on. In that case, I don't need to repeat it then, do I?
No, because I didn't, it was just easier.
Yeah, we never know if production is speaking in just our ears, or if he's speaking to everyone. We're always sad when he's speaking to everyone because, well, at least I am, because I feel less special that way.
We can have like a keyword then, guys. So if I start up with something like a curse word or something, you'll know I'm not on.
True.
You're going to sound like you have Tourette syndrome in a second.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's syndrome. I think it's just Tourette's. I'm looking forward to this now.
That depends on how much industrial language you want to use.
If you hear Alex and I just bursting into laughter mid-broadcast, it's because Peter's jumped on swearing not once but about 10 times before he actually tells us what he needs. Or he might just be swearing just because something's happened in production and he's just voicing his displeasure towards us.
Yeah, and hopefully in a language that not a lot of people might understand.
Actually, speaking of that, I mean, we've got the Euros going on right now, and I always feel somewhat bad for the English national team because, you look over to the French team, they just speak in French to each other. But the English national team, no matter who they play against, when they try to communicate to each other, the opposition always knows what they're talking about. None of their tactics or strategies are hidden. They can't just openly talk with each other.
So that's the reason why in every single soccer championship, the British teams always don't do well, because they can't have any hidden tactics at all, because everybody knows it.
Exactly. The Scottish and the Welsh are fine because nobody understands Scottish, but the Americans, they're ruined. Australians, well, no, they're ruined as well. It's only the Scottish and Welsh that can get away with it.
Well, it's even worse if you've got a Scotsman that is actually drunk as well. That's even worse to understand.
or dare we say, an Irishman who's drunk.
Well, I mean,
they're lying.
Yeah. You see, this is how we do sometimes fill the time here on GTR 24H, just to give you people at home a bit of an insight. We do have a lot of banter behind the scenes, which is always pretty good for us because we never know what's going to be said next, who's going to say it, and and there's always someone there's always one person that decides to go that little bit further than everyone else. and that's just part of human nature. But without that, as they say, if you ain't laughing, life ain't worth living.
I remember.
Literally.
It's what we had Alex Skinner on, and using you and Alex was just
right.
That was worth a laugh and a half.
I mean, to be honest, I'm usually that person, Alex, and I'll say something and then I'll be like, is that where the line was? Oh no! I'll then continue with whatever. But I still remember.
Guys, so the session is now properly on.
Okay, well, now that we've had a bit of banter filling over the past few moments whilst we've been waiting. Yeah, thank you very much, Peter Monkholm, over in Denmark at GTR 24H HQ. Second qualifying now officially under the nighttime skies is green. We are going to find out what is going to happen, and already the first banker lap has gone in, and that is by Dylan Claver in the number 15 Juices Motorsport Club LMP2 car. And that is a 1 minute 40.466 as there's been a bit of a massive moment. The 46 DIS SR Lab McLaren 720 once again has rearranged its rear wing, and that car went in hard. It came through Michelin, back on the curbs, and then all of a sudden big off and smacks the barriers, takes off the rear wing once again, and now, as I say that, Vargas Sim Racing with Jiri Toman behind the wheel of the 117 LMP2 car has just gone top of the timesheets, 1 minute 39.191. That was a hard hit for DIS SR Lab in that 46 McLaren. Their qualifying has just been one to forget.
My mind, Alex, is a weird and wonderful place. For some reason, I've just got a crazy vision. I mean, this could honestly be, the next big sport. But why have I just got an image of cars losing their spoilers and then essentially jousting against other cars with said spoilers?
That's an interesting...
But terrible.
I wasn't going to say the word terrible. The words I was going to say...
to.
No, the question I was going to say was interesting. But who do you think your captive audience would be?
Well, it's got to be medieval fans, right? Because medieval fans, they don't have any current jousting to watch. This is just the modern version of jousting. I don't know how one would win, because I think a spoiler would just disintegrate on contact. But yeah, I don't see any point in this. I mean, however, if you do see people doing car jousting in the future, you know that they got the idea from listening to this very stream.
And Mr. Milky Cereal himself takes the credit.
Thank you. Yes.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Anything to please, my good man. But we're less than 10 minutes into the second qualifying session, and at the moment, Henry Cynic is within a second of Judith Toman. So, Satellite Racing in the 64 DPI car, which is currently, was sitting behind one of the Musto GD esports cars. So Cynic is currently in the pit lane, and all of a sudden has gone into the garage, it looks like. So it was quite funny that we caught the Musto GD esports car being taken on the virtual trolley jacks and literally hurled by the R Factor 2 system software into the grid, into the pits. But now he's exited behind. I think that is Dylan Claver in the number 15 Juices Motorsport car, currently second in the LMP2 class, third overall, so it's 139.191 by Judy Toman, who's been put in the Vargas Sim Racing car. Henry Cynic doing double duty in qualifying here today. Dylan Claver. And then we've got the 777, the DSR Nightmare car. And for those wondering if you want to get the timing, it is gtr24h.org. You can then click on the live timing and that will take you through to see exactly what myself and Yusuf are seeing right now with regards to the timing. But at the moment, just noticed that the 53 Musto GD Esports that has got Manuel Biancolila in the BMW has just gone top of the timesheets in GTE, as now B32 Racing has made its way up to 7th overall. Ryan Nash in the Satellite Racing 65 sister car to Henry Cynic, now coming up against the One Move Esports Porsche, and filtering its way through traffic is the number 65. Last lap around was 1:42.390, and we'll now head into pit lane. But at the minute, Gilly Toman has just gone fastest of anybody in the first sector and has just put in a 33.792 in the first sector, so looks to open up a little bit more of an advantage, which is literally 4 1,000ths shy of a second ahead of Henry Cynic, and that car looks to be rather pretty much sorted at the moment, the 1:17 of Vargas Sim Racing, so his time that he's looking to beat. Now let's not forget that in the first session Marcel Chinchik put in a 1:38.177. Judy Toman on his first attempt has gone a second slower than that, and now looks to come through the Hyundai M curver. Now let's see if he gets any quicker on this particular lap. It's the purple in sector 2, 1:38.753 for Judy Toman, and looks like Henry Cynic is also lighting up the timesheets and has just put in a 34.3 in the first sector. So I'm going to go trackside to see how fast he's pushing that car, and going through the Schumacher S. Well, he's going into the NG. He's going through the chicane now. Oh my goodness, Henry Cynic, 42.1. David Callasine, the number 22, has just gone P2 for Mugen Sim Racing. Here comes Henry Cynic, 1:39.763, and Henry Cynnic's lap time in the first session, 1:38.975. So Cynic, because when we see it on our timing, we see that if it is the leader in class, it will start flashing green and purple to indicate that they are the fastest driver.
All team, this is race control. By exiting pit, stay within the line. Do not cross the line.
Well, that is a message from race control, John Fabricius Terrell. And clearly there have been some drivers who haven't been following the white line on pit exit. And, well, when you come across that line and someone's, getting ready to brake super late for turn 1, that can always be a very nasty accident waiting to happen. Also, while all of this has been going on, Boya Milan, a 50.1. He's within 2/10 of Manuel Biancolila in the GTE class, and then it's a further 3/10 down to Fabio Liuzzi in the second of the Musto cars. But Musto looking solid in qualifying so far.
Yeah, and it looks like the 74 car, that is the Juices Motorsport Porsche, did finish 4th in the first session. But at the moment, they are not... Well, I don't know. They haven't set a lap time yet. The car's still in the pit lane at this particular moment. So we will wait for them to decide to get out on circuit and see if they can make ends meet, as Henry Cynic pulls the class-leading DPI into the pit lane. At the moment, Ryan Nash, his best effort, a 1:42.3. And Team Viaducton, 1:43.457. So already we can see a bit of a disparity. It is a steep learning curve with this DPI. A very different animal to what the teams that have gone into them have used. We've seen Satellite run in GTE, we've seen the run in GT3, Viaducton, GTE, GT3. So to go into a Daytona Prototype International is a very, very different proposition. And David Calaside just making his way through some traffic at the moment. One of which is one of the Musto cars just up ahead. It's either the 53 or the 54. It is actually the 53, the class-leading Musto GD Esports BMW with Biancolila behind the wheel. And Wickley makes quick work of that car, does David Calaside. Actually saw him racing, funnily enough, I commentated on him in something rather different than LMP2 cars. He took the title of the World Pro Racing USF 2000 Series Championship and managed to make hay whilst the sun shined very, very early. And as soon as it said David Calasai, I went, oh, I know what's going to happen here. So he's won a title in another R-Factor 2 championship, and very different a USF 2000 car to a Le Mans LMP2 prototype. But he's kept himself very, very well placed. He's now coming out of the final corner and across the line. And that looks to be a outlap for David Calasai, but I'm going to run on board with him for a little bit, just see how quickly he can negotiate traffic. And the first bit of traffic is that number 46 DIS SR Lab McLaren 720S GT3, which has had more trips into the barriers than I think they would have wanted this evening.
Just checking that DIS car still has its rear wing, and for the moment it does. Hasn't lost it a second time in this qualifying session. I believe it lost its rear wing in the opening qualifying session as well. So clearly whoever's at the wheel of that DIS car is not, feeling that he's got a bit too much rear downforce, wants to loosen up the rear end.
Well, they don't want to loosen up the rear end too much, Yusuf, because that could spell danger.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely no high voltage involved, but that would mean that a rear wing would be going askew somewhere, whether it's stage left or stage right. That would depend on the impact with the barriers. But David Calasai, 34.2 in the first sector. You'll see the Ferris wheel on the right-hand side of the circuit there, as he now makes his way through, and we're going to go through in towards Advan, who will be crossing the second intermediate. 42.1. So not setting the timesheets alight, but still a rather neat and composed lap from David Calasai. As going through the NGK chicane, he goes up along behind. Looks to be the number 54 Musto GD Esports car, as he goes to the right-hand side of it and puts in a 1 minute 39.568, and he did put a personal best in sector number 3. So David Calasai showing a good turn of pace in that car, and was just over a 1/10 of a second off on that particular occasion. But Henry Cynic, right, I'm now going to ride on board with him, and he is absolutely rocketing. 34.098 in sector 1, 42.4. So I think Henry Cynic's he's managed to master this first sector, but the second sector seems to have caused him a little bit of a problem, but a lot of overcorrection going through the NGK chicane. But Henry Cynic managing to wrestle with the Cadillac's 5.5 litre engine and puts in, wait for it, 1 minute 39.642. He puts in a 23.143 final sector.
And he's sitting 800ths down on David Calasai in P2. And to be honest, I think come the race tomorrow, I'm going to pretend like the DPI is part of the LMP2 class, because I think that's going to make things a lot more entertaining to talk about battling for position, when in reality, for Henry Cynic anyway, he won't really care about battling the LMP2 cars. All that he really cares about is just making sure that he's ahead of the other DPIs of Ryan Nash, who is in the sister satellite racing car, and the Viaductin car as well.
Yeah, Viaductin car actually looks to have gotten a little bit more pace beneath its rear spoiler at the moment. It's personal best of a 1 minute 42.553. Now, was that Giordano Valeriano I've just seen having a massive Code Brown moment right there?
Well, I don't know about Code Brown, but what I do know is he just popped in a 50.125, and that is 125 thousandths off what Boya Milan did, and it is getting very tight for that P2 spot in the GTE class.
Oh my goodness, it's definitely getting spicier in GTE at this particular moment after that slight exclamation from Yusuf bin Sahar right there. But I mean, I'm waiting to see what is going to happen, because at the moment, what is it? We're now 1 hour and 40 minutes left in qualifying.
Yes.
Deuces Motorsport and GTE have yet to set a hot lap. And you know what? They are currently out on circuit right now. So let's see.
Should we jump on board with them?
Yeah, I'm going to go on board with them. But we can see just in the deep of night, you've got only your headlights to guide you, and then you've got a little bit of the saving grace here with the, some of the floodlights, and then going through into the right-hander here, through into the Schumacher S's. Pitch black all of a sudden, just the headlights to guide you. Through into the next left-hander, the floodlights come and welcome you with a warm embrace, and then all as I say that, Wojtek Polezny has a bit of a moment there, and that was a difficult lap for Wojtek Polezny, but he's going to get that thing up to speed. It was an out lap, let's be completely honest there, because no times have registered, but he's going to go down into the Hagen, so we're going to go on board with one of my little specialties here, taking people through hot laps. So through the Hagen, now into the Mercedes Arena, where you've got the Ferris wheel on the left-hand side. Next up, you've got another left-hander as you exit out through the Mercedes Arena, and then you've got the tight right-hander, because you'll see all the spectator stands over the right-hand side. Tight on the apex, allow the car to run wide to the left. And then this is where you go into the left-hander here at Valvoline, into the pitch black, sight your braking point, you'll know where your braking point is, hard on the brakes, down into forward, and then you've got to really mash the throttle at the right time. Don't take any gravel like Wojtek Polezny nearly did right there. And then round this Parabolica type straight, like at Hockenheim, through into the tight hairpin here at Dunlop. And you can see the way that Wojtek Polezny is using the rotation of the car, gathering the momentum up, through the exit into the Schumacher S's. Now this is really testing, because look, again he goes through on the gravel, coming through, and that's fourth gear at 190 kph. Now down into the left-hander here at Michelin. You can see he's absolutely wrestling with the back end, because it's in these colder conditions, the tyres are really having to struggle. And again, you can just see how hard Wojtek Polezny is pushing, having come out of Warsteiner, now through Advan. He's pushing over fifth gear, 220 plus kilometers an hour, then onto the brakes into the NGK chicane, and makes that nice and neat and tidy. The back end's trying to swap around, but Wojtek Polezny in good control of this car. 37.3 in the first sector, 46.7 in the second sector. He's about to cross the line, and it puts him third in GTE with a 1 minute 50.097, and more importantly, 0.78 behind Biancolilla in the lead of GTE in the second and final qualifying session.
At some point, Biancolilla smashed in a 49.27 tenths clear of this three-way battle for second between Boya Milan, Wojtek Polezny, Giordano Valeriano. Those three separated by 0.2 of a second, but now Thibaut Malbrun is pushing right now in the 26. That is the One Move esports car in the GT3 class, and let's see what he's going to be able to pull off as he's making his way on to the back straight now.
Yeah, DIS SR Lab and the 45 have just put the car into what is 6th in GTE with a 1 minute 50.883. So at the moment, the total coverage of GTE, 1.953 seconds. LMP2, the field is spread by 3.7 seconds. DPI, 2.8, or nearly 2.9 seconds. And then we go to GT3, which at the moment has Nürburgring Sim Racing and Donat Diesner leading the way, and they are covered by 5.4 seconds. Nikolai Bezrukov in the 717 Aston Martin for Unison Racing, just over 2/10 behind Donat Diesner at this particular moment. 1 hour, 35 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this qualifying session. And at the moment, as things stand, Nürburgring Sim Racing on course to secure pole position for the 4th round of the season. And if I'm completely honest, it is very, very close indeed.
I'm going to jump across you, Alex, because Giordano Valeriano is on an absolute belter. Wojciech Polesny's 50-0 last time round. Valeriano 1/10 quicker in the opening sector, 3/10 quicker in the middle sector. This might be a P2 lap for the Musto driver.
Yeah, and that BMW seems to be really, really well hooked up at the minute.
49.6 for Valeriano. He's gone 3/10 quicker of Boya Milan. What a lap for the Italian.
That is now effectively. Now I'm having a look. Now
that's
Valeriano
P2 on the combined.
That is P2 on the combined because Boya Milan from WOSR. Yeah, that puts them well ahead. That puts them well ahead on aggregate qualifying. But I think I'm just keeping an eye on what Henry Sinnick is trying to do, because at the moment he's on 64 of Satellite Racing are on course for pole position, and it's the maiden pole position for the DPI class here at GTR 24H. And I think Satellite Racing did exactly the right thing. They put the right driver that they knew that they could depend on in that car. And he's done exactly what has been asked of him so far this evening. And to be honest with you, I'm just having a look. Ryan Nash looks to be improving as well. The number 65 Satellite Racing car has just done a personal best in Sector 1, a 34.6 for Ryan Nash. I mean, he's currently 2.7 seconds off of the pace overall from Jiri Toman, who still has kept the 117 Varga Sim Racing LMP2 car in the pits, as now going to keep with Ryan Nash. I'm going to go trackside, just see how he's really threading the eye of the needle with that car, and he's decided to abort that lap. So Ryan Nash, Pedro Ramada in the meantime for Ramada Motorsport in the 57 car, that is currently sitting down in 6th position as Ryan Nash makes his way down the pit lane.
And just behind Ryan Nash was Nikolai Bezrukov, and he's gone purple in the opening sector, and he's currently 2/10 down on Donat Diesner. This is for GT3 pole, 51.0, 1/10 shy from Bezrukov, almost for Unison.
If he'd gone probably a 25.5 in Sector 2, I mean, he put purple in Sector 3, sorry, Sector 3, not Sector 2.
It was purple Sector 1 and Sector 3 from Bezrukov.
So if Bezrukov had gone a 1/10 of a second quicker in Sector 2, he would have gotten that car up to the top spot in there. Yeah, that would have been rather interesting. Now, the interesting thing that I have had a look at, now this is on the timings And Yusuf, you were just, I don't know whether you were praising somebody or what, I don't know.
Bianca Lila just put in a 49.1. He's now 5/10ths clear of his teammate in P2, nearly a second clear of Boya Milan in P3. The Musto guys are absolutely flying right now.
Okay, well, I'm going to use a bit of linguistic skills to just describe what has happened. The Germans would say Alta, as in Alta, like this, or Mamma Mia if you were Italian for Musto crew. I had to go a bit double dialect on that one. But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think anyone would be disappointed with an Italian team.
What did Peter Mongol just say?
He said the word Wahnsinn, which is basically like excellent. It's cool.
Wahnsinn? So, well, we've got very sad news, which means that we've got to jump into a commercial break momentarily. And we'll leave you with the news that Ludovic Ferrui in the One Move Esports GTE car has just popped in a 50.6, which is enough for P5. But we'll be back momentarily with 1.5 hours more action in qualifying 2 for round 4 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flix, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
There's a three-way fight for the championship as well.
Yeah, it looks like we've got some work to do with Unison. Well, it looks like things are getting back underway for the continuation of qualifying 2 for round 4 of the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. All the 12 hours of the Nürburgring, which gets underway tomorrow afternoon. And we saw a massive 360 for Gilly Tomo and Yusuf Bin Suhail. That was definitely one of the biggest moment that we've had this session so far, and the most significant interest point we have. It was Toman was on an absolute flyer, fastest in sectors 1 and 2, and coming out of the NGK chicane, one little bit too much access of curve, and around went the 117.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think what happened was Yuri Toman was like, look guys, I think we're a bit too quick. I'm going to try to set my lap while doing a 360 mid-lap, but he didn't quite catch it right, so sadly wasn't able to improve on his lap.
Oh dear me. I mean, it was just one of those moments where you can't script it. But coming back to everything that's happening at the moment, still Varga Sim Racing on aggregate are on course for a provisional pole for the 4th round of the championship. Second in LMP2, it's the number 22 car from Nürburgring Sim Racing, who have got David Kalasai behind the wheel. Henry Sinnick at the moment is doing a fantastic job for Satellite Racing in the 64 Cadillac DPI. And then it's Martin Mergeli in the number 95 car for DEAC Hackers. Roland Zux was behind the wheel in the first session. Then we've got the number 15 of Juices Motorsport, who round out the top 4 in LMP2 and round out the top 5 overall. Then it's the DSR Nightmare crew, who round out the top 6. Then it's Ramada Motorsport, Carlos Basto now bringing the car into the pit lane. Ryan Nash has also had his fair share of moments, let's say, not just in the first session, but in the second session here. He's currently second in DPI, 8th overall on a 1 minute 41.221. And then B32 Racing complete the top 9. And not so much of a nightmare for the DSR Dream Team at the moment. Viaducton ran at the top 11. Bianco Lila for Musto GD Esports round out, top GTE and GT3. It's the 41 now I've just noticed something.
Yes.
Mugen Sim Racing in the 41 McLaren have just gone fastest in sector 1. They've got Adam Surej behind the wheel. The top time at the moment is a 1 minute 50.996. It was a 47.4 for the McLaren in sector number 2. As the car is now going to come across the line. Will they improve? 1 minute 50.935 extends the gap to the Unison Racing 717 Aston Martin, which currently has Nikolai Bezrukov behind the wheel. That is 0.118 of a second. And at the way things are going at the moment, that effectively puts Mugen Sim Racing on pole position in GT3 as things stand, with an hour and 22 on the clock to go.
the thing to remember is that the 717 of Unison Racing, as we mentioned earlier, he didn't actually set a lap in qualifying 1. So the 41 car, the team they're battling with is the 26 of One Move Esports. Thibaut Malbon just put in a 51.1, which is pretty much 2/10 on the dot slower than Adam Serres. Along with his battle in the GT3, Boya Milan has also improved it. Now he's 500ths off Valeriano, and I think that improvement for the 51 WOSR iZone Performance car will see them have a combined time that puts them back ahead of the Musto B team.
Yeah, but stranger things have happened, and especially at a track here like the Nürburgring. It is going to be about a case of, okay, qualifying is going to be one thing. It's time for show. Time's up for show. Tomorrow it's going to be points to go. And it's about who wants to win this championship. Now, GT3, Unison Racing have got an absolute mountain to climb. The changes that happened for Sebring meant that they were on the back foot. Now they've had a bit of time to understand those changes. Since Sebring, it's given them an opportunity, I think, to maybe see how they can work with the car rather than against it.
I just want to mention, Yuri Toman has gone purple through Sector 1, and this time he hasn't done a 360 on the exit of the NGK chicane. He is so quick, is Yuri Toman. He's carrying so much speed. I don't know if it's fast with how he's scrubbing speed off the car. No, never mind, it's a 38.6. Yeah, it's fast. I take it all back. Honestly, sitting on board with Yuri Toman as he does laps, it's just quite literally it's beautiful. It's hair standing on end, watching how much confidence he has to get back on the power before he's even 75% of the way through a corner, knowing that if he slams on the throttle now at the exit of the corner, he'll make it right to the edge of the track, and it's just absolutely beautiful to watch him. Yuri Toman is an absolute master in these LMP2s.
Well, yes, and especially in the middle of the night. I have had Nick Newcomb in the meantime actually message me and said about a particular song which I've got no... I just literally went, oh dear, as the response to his message, and I was just like thinking, okay, next time we need to know what the song name is, Mr. Newcomber. Thank you very much indeed. But yeah, I think realistically, with the way that this season has unfolded, now that we're getting towards that real crux point, that real sort of fulcrum, where you're going to see the real championship protagonists really show their hand a little bit more. You know, the time for sandbagging or keeping your cards close to their chest, I think, is pretty much done and dusted, because after this round, we have 48 hours of racing. So the 24 hours of Spa, the penultimate round of the season, and then the season finale. And then the season finale is double points. So they have to, every single team, irrespective of what class you're in, where you are in the championship, I can guarantee you this much: no championship is fully decided until the end of the season. And I see it in real life racing, I've seen it in sim racing.
Except for LMP2.
But I wouldn't call... Okay, we'll agree to disagree on this one. And I'll tell you a perfectly good reason why.
Okay.
So, effectively, when we look at it, LMP2,
yeah,
it's Varga Sim Racing's title to lose.
Right.
So, let's say, for instance, they have a difficult round.
They won't.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Nick Newcomb. When I said danger, danger, and the next two words I could have said were high voltage, and it was by a band called Electric Six. So he's even sent me the bleeding YouTube link as well, and I know exactly which song it is, Nick. And he said that, Nick said Electric Six played Newcastle every year as an event. Okay, quality. That's a band I haven't heard of in quite a long time.
It's a band I've never heard of.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the thing is that Nick and I are on the same wavelength on that one. But I think the thing is that it could be Mugen Sim Racing's title to lose. And the reason why I say that, you could be leading by a country mile, running into the last. Okay, who's not to say that they have a really good run here, and then Spa is where things go a bit south. It can happen, and then someone out of the woodwork gets that victory at Le Mans. And they've decided, well, you know what, we're going to put all our eggs in one basket. We're going to concentrate on the second half of the season. Consistency does win you a championship, but you don't necessarily have to be the team that wins every single race. I've seen it where people have actually won championships by not winning every single race. I mean, Alain Prost was an exponent of that.
I would agree, but Vargas Sim Racing, they're 46 points ahead. I am dead certain that after tomorrow's race and the race in a month's time at Spa, they would have pulled those extra 6 points to be, I shouldn't say 6, I should say extra 8 points to be 54 clear of deuces come the final round of the championship. I am very sure of that. But that being said, GTR 24H is a race for humans, and Vargas Sim Racing, more specifically Yuri Toman, is not a human. So technically he's disqualified, and Deuces Motorsport currently lead the championship.
And so is Marcel Chinchek as well.
Yes,
He's also
I forgot about him.
He's alien. They're both aliens.
Yes.
A term that we like using here in sim racing, and it's one that I've started using a bit more frequently, let's say.
I actually think the only person who could match Yuri... I honestly think if Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinchik went into the GT class, I think it'd be a really exciting race between them and Bianca Lila. But I think if Bianca Lila went up to the LMP2 class, I think he wouldn't be able to match them just because of how experienced Yuri Toman and Chinchik are in those LMP2s.
Yeah, definitely. I think the phrase I'm going to use at this particular moment, this particular juncture, because we're at round 4 out of 6, is the jury's still out on what's going to happen in LMP2. So at least, in some respects, we get a Alex Goldschmidt sitting on the fence opinion right now.
Right.
But I'll just wait to see what happens. I'll be keeping my eyes on what happens in GTR 24H over the next 2 rounds. I can guarantee you that much, Yusuf.
Well, I guess we can put a friendly wager on it, and if Yuri Toman ints me, I will be, well, I say Yuri Toman, if the team of Vargas Sim Racing in me, I will be very displeased.
Displeased, I think, is probably the politically correct term you could use right about now.
For seriously mad. So,
okay.
I'm just taking a look. Is anyone going quick out on circuit? And the answer to that is yes. Carlos Basto has actually gone green in the opening sector. He's pumped in a 34.198. And I guess one could say that is a 34.2. And currently he's sitting 7th overall, 6th in the LMP2 class, and is 1/10 down on Kyle Likagor, who is in the 777 LMP2 car in P6.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on Adam Baldwin, who has now taken over in the number 74 Juices Motorsport GTE, the Porsche 911. This car I always, to be honest with you, out of all the GTE cars, and this is not due to the fact that I am a dual national, because of obviously being of both English and also German origin, I really do like the fact of how the genesis of how the 911 came to be, because it all started with the Volkswagen Beetle, which was known. So for those that don't know the German vocabulary, Volkswagen basically stands for car of the people.
The people's car. Yes.
Yeah, people's car. And the Beetle, known as the Käfer, was originally known as the Type 51 when it was introduced before the Second World War.
Right.
And then, as a result of that, the 911 took on the same emphasis as Volkswagen, reference its drivetrain layout. And the Porsche 911, it really has become a stalwart within not just sports car racing, but road-going sports cars. They just recently showcased the 911 GT2, and it's the 992 variety, like the new, very much not too dissimilar from the body composition of this GT that we see here. And it's never been a revolution for Porsche. It's always been an evolution. And that's what's helped it to its success within sports car racing. And to now see that Adam Baldwin is starting to go quicker. He's just put in a 1 minute 49.557. He is within striking distance of Biancolila in the 53 Musto car. So Baldwin has just put juices up into P3 in this session, and at the moment Wojtek Poleszny put the car fourth in the first session, so Adam Baldwin could really put the frighteners on those in front, Borja Milan and Manuel Biancolila. They might have a bit of salvo fire coming their way, courtesy of Juice's Motorsport.
I'm just going to say, though, if anyone wants to take pole in the GTE class, they have to do it by taking pole in Q2 in our second qualifying session, and I think it's by half a second, because that's the gap that Biancolila had to second in the opening session. So it's going to require more than Adam Baldwin to jump Biancolila, but what I can say, Borja Milan, Adam Baldwin, Giordano Valeriano, all separated by 1.5 tenths, is so tight for that second spot in the GTE class when you look at the cumulative qualifying results. At the moment, Borja Milan, I think, took P2 in the opening qualifying session, and he's looking to do it again in the second qualifying session as well.
Yeah, and just had Thibaut Malbrun in the that's a brilliant little lap there from the 26 one-move esports car. Thibaut Malbrun just puts the car up into 19th position overall, but what's more impressive, P2 in GT3 with a 1 minute 50.734. He put a personal best in Sector 2, and what's more, his lap time was just 2 tenths shy of the number 41 Mugen sim racing car with Adam Surej behind the wheel.
Yeah, kudos to Adam Surej, though. That is an absolutely stunning lap, at 50.5. And, if you look at just the GT cars by themselves, that's P5 in the GT class, behind the two Mustos, the 51 of WOSR. As I think Alex has spotted something.
420 B32 Racing GT3 car has been off track once again. That's not been and they've just gone return to garage as well. It's not been a good starting point for them. But Thibaut Malbrun is trying to close in on the lap times from Adam Surej. So, I have to give credit to Malbrun at this particular moment in time. He's now making his way through the final part of the circuit, and he's now going to bring the car into pit lane. But I've just spotted Nikolai Bezlukov has just gone 37.5, but hang on a minute, Adam Surej, purple in Sector 1, 37.229 from the McLaren. Surej sees that there is a little bit more available in that McLaren. And one of the other things, because of the cooler temperatures here at the Nürburgring here, Yusuf, this is going to give that 4-litre twin-turbo V8 all the cool air it needs to really stretch its legs coming out of the corners.
There's half a second between Adam Surej and Bezrukov when you look at their fast laps. Adam Surej, purple in Sector 1, 37.2. Bezrukov went quick in Sector 1, but he's still 3.5 tenths off. He's going green in Sector 2. The best that Bezrukov can really hope for is to be able to jump ahead of Thibaut Malbrun as he throws the car through the NGK chicane and into the final corner.
Yep, so let's see. What does Adam Surej have in the bag? 47.3. Down in sector 2. Out of the final corner he comes. So will they get any closer to a 1 minute 50.5? We're about to find out. Crosses the line. Oh, he goes fractionally quicker. 1 minute 50.522.
And Bezrukov at 51.0. He's still 0.3 down on Malbrun. But it's just not enough for Bezrukov at the moment. He's 0.4 clear of Wilson. And this is just, well, at the moment, it's just a one-way battle for Adam Surej, with Malbrun 0.2 further down. As Sandro Ballesteros just put in his new personal best in the LMP2 car, a 45.5. As Bianca Lila is still improving, now a 48.896. 0.6 clear of Boya Milan.
So, Sandro Ballesteros, one of the regulars with ET Brits, so they've been able to join us for the second session of qualifying here at the Nürburgring. And Ballesteros of 35.5 in sector 1, sector 3, 25.0. So, Ballesteros, just 14 years of age, based just outside of Rochdale and Manchester. Actually races in karting as well. So, and also, what's more, a new livery I've just spotted on the Eureka that they are running. So, a little bit less colour, a bit more white on the main body primer. But Ballesteros puts in a 35.5 in sector 1, 45.0 in sector 2, and he is out of the final corner. Let's see if there is any improvement for the LMP2 for E-Team Brit. They come across the line. On that particular occasion, he lost a bit of time, went with 45.870, so he lost over 0.3, as now the Juice's Motorsport GTE car comes out of pit lane. And there have been some firm instructions from race control, with John Fabricius Terrell saying about exiting the pits in the right way, not exceeding, getting up to speed quickly to get out of the pit lane, so at least you don't get into any trouble, and also making sure you don't cross the white line before exiting the pits fully. So race control will be hot on that. And just keeping an eye on the timesheets. I mean, Yusuf, with an hour and 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go, there's still plenty to play for.
Yeah, still so much time. Actually, you surprised me when you said that there is over an hour remaining qualifying. But yeah, plenty of time. I don't think there's any rain on the radar either, so it's just going to be times improving over the remainder of the session, you'd have to expect. And we'll see just how quick everyone can get.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is the real test in qualifying is not always in the first part of the session, it's always the second part. And you really get to see those drivers that really want to gain the experience around the circuit, one of which will be Sandro Ballesteros, who has been racing in R Factor 2 for the best part of a year now, and he's learnt a great curve of learning. He is actually autistic as well, but motorsport really helps him channel his powers in some respects. He puts in a 1 minute 45.9, so good 3-lap consistency, I must admit, there for Sandro Ballesteros, who puts in a 1 minute 45.910. But Kim Pedersen in the 766, that is the DSR Dream Team car, has just put in their best effort, a 1 minute 40.804, but still we are waiting to see, well, is Gilly Thomas not going to do a 360 coming out of the NGK chicane? Not on this occasion, thank goodness. So no standby defibrillators needed for the 117 from Vargas Sim Racing, as the 26 One Move Esports Ferrari comes out of pit lane. But I've just seen Henry Cynic once again in the number 64 Cadillac DPI VR, has just gone fastest in sector 2, but loses a bag full of time in the final sector. He dropped over 4 tenths in comparison with his fastest lap. But you know how we hope that lightning doesn't strike twice. Jiri Toman has just gone fastest. Purple in sector 1, a 33.682, and he's just made his way through Dunlop. And now he's heading up towards the Schumacher S's. So I'm just going to keep with him at the moment through 4th gear, 200 kph, and increasing the speed. And now into the left-hander here at Michelin before the right-hander. And you can just see how the damper rebound rate on these LMP2 cars is very stiff suspension. There was a car pointing the other way, and again, Jiri Toman, 41.733 in sector 2 into the NGK chicane this time. Is it neat and tidy? Yes, it is. And now through the NGK, through the Hyundai N curve comes Jiri Toman, a 1 minute 38.5. He's gone quicker by well over a tenth. That is an epic lap. Jiri Toman on that particular occasion was calm and cooler than a cucumber on that particular occasion. He didn't set a fastest final sector, but what he did do was rather important there. He kept the car on the track and made it through. He didn't want to have that 360 momentum that could have given him a bit of post-traumatic stress disorder there, Yusuf.
Yeah, I'm also looking towards Carlos Basta as well, because he just put in a 40.6. He was green in sectors 1 and 2, but he lost out a fair bit in the final sector, so that's going to cost him. But Jiri Toman, 38.5. He just keeps on improving. I honestly don't know what can stop him from improving even more. But it's close in the rest of LMP2. To be honest, David Kolaksai in a bit of no man's land, currently in 2nd in class. But when you get down to 3rd, Roland Zux. Actually, I say that. The LMP2 class seems really spread out until you get to Carlos Basto in 5th in class, and then you're looking at further 10th down to Kyle Lukagor, and then another 2 tenths or so to Kim Pedersen.
Yeah, so we're just under an hour to go, so let's run you through the running order as things stand from LMP2 to DPI to GTE and GT3 here as we head into the final throes of qualifying. So it's Vargas Sim Racing with the 117, Jiri Toman leading the way, and it is basically putting them on aggregate pole position for the 4th round of the championship. They are 0.788 ahead of Mugen Sim Racing's David Kalasai. Deek Hacker's very own Roland Zux now in the 95. That car is currently 3rd in LMP2, and Dylan Clever in the number 15 from Juice's Motorsport rounds out the top 4. They're covered by 1.5 seconds in this session. The Ramada Motorsport car, the LMP2 57, with Ramada Motorsport running at the top 5 ahead of DSR Nightmare in the 777. DSR Dream Team round out the top 7 ahead of B32 Racing and E-Team Brit Complete. LMP2, how are things looking in DPI at the moment, Yusuf?
So in the DPI class, you're looking at Henry Cynic, who is top of the timing at 39.6. And then, when you look to P2 in the DPI class, is Nello Pastorino in the other satellite racing car, who's put in a 40.9, 1.3 seconds down on, well, effectively, his teammate, or the sister car, you could say. And then 3rd and last in the DPI class is Viaduct in a 41.0, but it's just a 10th down on Nello Pastorino. But when you consider qualifying 1, it's a fair bit further than that, as I think Viaduct were about half a second down on that 65 car, although I'll have to double check that information.
GT, it is Musto GD Esports with Manuel Biancolila leading the way, 1 minute 48.896 from the M8 GTE. Then it is the number 51 crew, the WOSR iZone Performance Porsche. Moha Milan just 0.612 behind in this session, but at the moment the way things are looking, that they are looking to secure 2nd in GT on aggregate qualifying. Adam Baldwin trying to do his level best to push the number 74 Juice's Motorsport Club 74 Porsche, and that is currently third in the class ahead of Giordano Valeriano. And what's more, the top four covered by just over 3/4 of a second. Adam Baldwin has, just as I've said that, gone P2 in the class, as he's just put in a 1 minute 49.173. That puts him within 0.28 of a second of Manuel Biancolila. Mathieu Decroix in the number 31. That is the one move esports car. Rounds out the top five ahead of DIS SR Lab 45 Porsche and the 67 Volante Racing Aston Martin. We haven't seen the 66, I think, all afternoon long. And Yusuf, just rounding things out, how are things looking in GT3?
In GT3 class, it is Adam Surej who is at the top of the order. A really solid lap from Adam Surej in the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car, who are sitting second in the championship as well at 50.5. Then you've got Thibaut Malbrun in the 26 One Move Esports car. They're third in the championship, just 1 point shy, but they are 2 tenths down on Adam Surej. Then Alexei Mizin in the 717 Unison Racing car. He's on a 51.0, 3 tenths down on Thibaut Malbrun and half a second down on the class leader. Then you've got Callum Wilson in Glam Racing, followed by the 46 DIS SR car, and then B32 Racing completing the field.
So with that in mind, I think we do need to go to a little commercial break, so we'll be back in just a couple of moments' time as we continue into the final hour of qualifying here at
766 for
and
into Ramada team.
And all I'm going to say is that the 766 DSR Dream Team, as we were about to go to commercial, has just been given a drive-through for infraction on Ramada Motorsport in the 57. But that is it from us for the moment. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time as we hear from some of our commercial partners here on GTR 24H.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. racing for green.
Right, well, welcome back to GTR 24H for the final 51.5 minutes of qualifying for the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship here for the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to give you a bit of an onboard perspective as we are currently with the number 15 of Dylan Claver in the LMP2 car from Juice's Motorsport. So we're going to go on a hot lap, and very interesting how you see how the speed really ramps up going into the HyperCar, pushing over 280 kph before slamming on the brakes from sixth gear. You can just see how much of a bumpy surface it is on the inside curve going through into the HyperCar, now into the Mercedes arena. Having negotiated the first left, you're back down to first gear, you're putting the lock stops on the steering, and still first gear, going through the next right-hander, short shifting up to second, down through in towards what will be the corner at Valvoline before the right-hander here at Ford, using the momentum carry plus also a little bit of the aerodynamics on this LMP2 car as it hurtles its way down the hill in towards Dunlop, tight on the apex, first gear, literally crossing the forearms, and a bit of overcorrection through the exit of Dunlop for Dylan Claver in the number 15 LMP2 car, through the Schumacher S's, pushing now well over 250 kph. We're going to go down the gears, back down to second, 130 kph on the apex of Michelin through Warsteiner, and now the speed really increases. You think a GT3 car is rather quick around here. Look at an LMP2 car, 260 kph in fifth gear, now up into sixth. And how brave is this driver going to be on the brakes? Well, fairly brave as that was definitely some opposite lock and then some, as Dylan Claver decides to bring the car into the pits, and that is just one idea of how to get around this circuit. Next up, we're going to go DPI, and we're on board with Viaducten, and very, very different. Well, a very similar layout, but you can see the Cosworth heads-up display on the steering wheel, a multitude of buttons on the right-hand side, and just like the LMP2, closed cockpit, those A-pillars very, very much in your 2020 field of vision, as you can now see here, going through in towards Advan. And it's around about the same sort of speeds, about 260 kilometers an hour, but sixth gear already hit. And in the DPI car, 279 kilometers an hour before literally mashing the brake pedal, dropping it down a couple of gears into fourth, tight through the Hyundai N-cover, second gear, now building the speed and going across the line. And Viaducten, get this, on that lap have just gone to within 38 thousandths of a second off of the 65 satellite racing car of Nello Pastorino. So we jumped on board with Viaducten at exactly the right time.
Yep.
But I think next up, we're going to go on board with Giordano Valeriano here. So the roof cam as opposed to the cockpit cam here on the BMW M8. So, Yusuf, I'll hand this one over to you, buddy, because we've got this and GT3 still to go.
Yeah, so who did he say we are going to jump on board with in the GTE class?
We're currently with Valeriano at the moment, so that's currently who we're with at the minute.
Yeah, so Valeriano at the moment making his way down towards the Dunlop curve. You want to be keeping your car all the way over to the left as you jump on the brakes, pretty much halfway through that curbing. Nice early apex, let it out a little bit before you get it steered right back for a late apex, using up the curb on the exit. Now up towards the Schumacher S, and let's listen for a left. No left, a flat pedal to the metal all the way through. Pull the car back over to the right as you make your way up towards turn 10. Back over to the left now. You want to turn in really early for turn 11, the Warsteiner curb, using up all of the track on a corner exit as you make your way up towards Advan. Again, completely flat. Let the car out, line of least resistance and all that. Now for the NGK chicane, 50 meters on the brakes, down into fourth gear. Look how much curb you use as you chuck the car through and then, bring it into the pits instead of completing the lap as Giordano Valeriano. Not too happy with this one.
Yeah, definitely the case. I think that was one of those things where you just sort of thought, no. But then I think what we'll do now is we'll jump on board with Mugen Sim Racing, because we've got Zoltan Vargoni in the McLaren. We're on board with it at the moment. I'm just going to keep an eye out into the left-hander here. So this is going to be through Valvoline and into the right-hander here at Ford. And you can just see how much more aggression there is running a GT3 car into the right-hander here. This will be going up in towards the Schumacher S's. So through the left. Well, actually, even though it's the NGK chicane, I completely got my bearings wrong, and all of a sudden, Zoltan Vargoni just finishes that run and decides to pull the car into the pits.
I think it's a new racing line. We saw it from Valeriano, now we've seen it from Vargoni. I just think it's the drivers telling us something here.
Yeah, as in we want quali to be over, that's what it's telling them. And I mean, to be honest with you, it is what it is, guys, but that's part and parcel. Let's see, hang on. Let me try and see if I can find somebody else now. Oh, there we go. Alexei Mizin, Unison Racing. Oh, this time someone that's decided. Oh, well held, Alexei Mizin. Oh my goodness me, that was a tank slapper and a half for the Aston Martin coming through the final corner. That's probably as good a way I could say it without dropping any curse words right there and then.
Nello Pastorino has just improved. He's put in a 39.7, and that's actually taken him ahead of Dylan Claver. So good stuff from Nello Pastorino, and he demotes the number 15 Deuces Motorsport car down into P6, although they are in different categories, so doesn't really matter too much. As Pastorino, what a moment with the rear end on the exit of the Mercedes arena. Somehow he holds that. How? I do not know, but that front end really stuck its ground.
Yeah, and the back end decided to give him a bit of a... Yeah, here we go. Fancy going a bit sideways. That's always the way in these cars. As soon as you plant the throttle down, then all of a sudden, now I've just been informed. Right. I think we need to keep an eye on the number 15, because it looks like Turn Lower's getting behind the wheel. Nick Newcomb's just giving me the 411 on the situation. But Alexei Mizin running in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And it's really funny though, because we had Claver and then we got Turn Lower. Both, now this is going to make me feel ancient now, both 16 years of age. They are the young Padawan aliens, if you want to have a bit of a Star Wars Jedi reference right there as well. Alexei Mizin gets a bit of a moment, and Mark Vermeer, the 67 Valente, hard into the wall. Ouch.
Well, thankfully for him, he doesn't have any actual mechanics who need to fix that car, otherwise they would be there for a while, because that was a shunt and a half. Where was that? That's exit of NGK chicane. We talked about it in the preview, didn't we, Alex? You know, that chicane, you carry so much speed. We've been seeing it on every single onboard lap. And if you get it slightly wrong, you come out too wide, and instead of just, you know, letting it go on the grass and lifting out, you think, oh, maybe I can save it. That's what happens.
It's like, yes. Oh, no, it's gone. It's sort of like computer says no. Which is one of those things where you just have to really sort of look at it from a perspective of why did it suddenly just go south so quickly? And then you just realise that I shouldn't have put the throttle on too hard that quickly through that corner, should I?
And, well, thankfully he'll be able to get back out now. DIS are on a hot lap. They pumped in a 37.2 in the opening sector, and that is an improvement from them. And right now they've actually got Zoltan Varkonyi just 500ths behind them in the GT3 class. And this isn't just a case of Matty or of DIS wanting to get a good lap in. This is a sense of pride, because you don't want to be qualifying behind a GT3 car as a GTE driver.
You definitely do not want that at all, not in a month of Sundays. And it is always the case where the drivers are going to do their absolute utmost. They're going to be pushing like crazy. And I think the sentence, pride comes before a fall. And they want to keep their pride intact.
Well, through the final corner for DIS, the middle sector was not one to write home about. DIS then across the line there, 2.5 tenths down on Matthew Decro. Just waiting for my timing sheets to update. I don't know if yours is already giving you their lap, Alex.
Or Gilly Tolman at the minute.
I was saying for DIS in the GTE class.
I'm waiting for that to happen. I'm just keeping an eye on where they are. Right. They've encountered a bit of oncoming traffic. I just saw that one of the
Caught it.
Caught it like a champ and held it. So chapeau right there and then. They've just done it. Well, it's a 41-1. So obviously, with the combination of having to deal with traffic, it's going to be a case of where, you know, you're going to have to keep your eyeballs on stalks. We're going to see that on the race itself, and this is where the drivers, you know, especially in this kind of session, we've got just over 39 minutes still to go. It's difficult to really put pin the tail on the donkey is probably the best terminology I could use here. Like an old.
I've not heard that one in a while.
I know, and that's coming from an old timer right there. That was games I used to play at my friends' birthday parties. You know, pin the tail on the donkey and win a prize. But here, that doesn't really win you anything in GTR 24H.
We can make a competition for it.
We could do it at the finale event at Le Mans, couldn't we? The virtual setting of Le Mans.
You'd need to explain to me, Alex, how this game works, because I've heard the expression, but I don't actually know, or I didn't actually realize that it was from a game, and nor do I know how said game operates.
Well, the thing is you actually have to be blindfolded when you play it.
Okay, that's even
so
more.
that adds a bit of a different twist to the dynamic. The little bit the pièce de résistance, as the French would say. See, I'm coming out with all these linguistic phrases tonight. I'm bringing out my best German, a little bit of French, a little bit of Italian. And then we should
just turn these races into Alex Goldschmidt's linguistics course.
Oh, Alexei Mizin has had a massive off, big time off. I'm just going to see.
NGK chicane again, isn't it?
Oh, that has really. Oh, that car was on its roof, big time, absolutely. I mean,
what did our producer just say?
No, I didn't say anything. It was our friends over. It was one particular friend over in Denmark that decided to use the words roof and Porsche because roof is actually a tuner for Porsche.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it spelled R-O-F or is
no,
it
no.
a German roof?
R-U-F.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm stupid. I'm going to see myself out. How could I? Yeah, because it's the Gulf.
Don't. Oh, dearie me.
What next? I'm going to ask who AMG are? Oh my god.
Well, funnily enough, I know.
Thank you, Peter.
It's been a long day. That's all I'm saying.
I'll go with that. Yeah, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day. I've been working. Well, I was going to be on this broadcast about an hour and 10 minutes ago, but then it ended up being 2 hours and 10 minutes. So I thought, well, as soon as Peter, you started talking about Formula A karts and then talking about how modern day karting machinery is way too heavy, I thought, you know what, that's a bit of a conversation I could be a part of. But we're talking about endurance racing, we're talking about qualifying, and there is still a lot to be decided in the next, 36 minutes of this session. At the moment, Mugen Sim Racing looking to take another pole position Vargas Sim Racing looking to take over a pole position in LMP2. Mugen Sim Racing in GT3, the number 53 BMW from Musto GD Esports looking for GTE pole, and we look set to settle the first Daytona Prototype International pole position in GTR 24H history. And at the moment, it is the 64 satellite racing car piloted by Henry Cynic, who has just gone fastest in the class. But not only that, he has gone and put in a 1 minute 39.377. Irrespective of what happens now, that car is guaranteed DPI pole. But what's even more impressive, that car is less than, well, that's 0.9, that's just over 9/10 of a second between Jiri Toman and Henry Cynic, and they are in two completely different vehicles, the former of which, the LMP2, that Yusuf has admitted and quite publicly stated that it's an ugly car.
Stand by it.
And he stands by it, whereas the DPI, I think, could be a little bit of a dark horse in this race.
It's weird that we're saying the DPI is a dark horse in the race when it is the faster car, or supposedly faster car. From what we've been told, anyway.
Well, the thing is that they had to change the displacement of the engine. They took it down from 6.2 litre V8 to 5.5 in order to curtail the sheer outrageous performance that car had. It was a bit like when LMP1 went through the phase when Peugeot was against Audi, and back in those days we went from the R15, which was the last of the open cockpit LMP1 cars for Audi, then all of a sudden they went through into the R18 Ultra, which was closed cockpit. Peugeot had already started using that in their 908 HDIs, and then Audi downsized their engine from a 5.5 litre V10, and I think I'm not too far wrong in what I'm saying here. I think it was like a 3.7 litre V6 that they shoved in the back of that TDI Ultra.
Now, while the LMP class is all well and good, in the GT3 class, Zoltan Varkoni has just pumped in a 50.3. That's actually knocked him ahead of the 45 DIS GTE car, and is 4/10 clear of Thibaut Malbrun, who is the closest GT3 car to him.
Yeah. And I was right. Because...
Are you checking up Audi stats now?
I have to. I am a bit. I do love German brands. I do. I have actually owned a Volkswagen Jetta previously, but I did actually work for Audi in the dealership, and from 2011 to 2013, it was a V6 3.7 turbo diesel. From 2014 to 2016, when they updated the R18, they shoehorned another 300 cubic centimetres of displacement, putting it as a 4-litre V6 turbocharged engine, which was absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I think that's always a good sign that when you think you're right and then you check and you just go, when you just do this, Yusuf, you just go, yes. Yeah, that's that kind of feeling I've just had now. And I do get, like everyone else, I do get things wrong. But I'm glad, because the funny thing was I actually went to the Audi Museum in Ingolstadt in October 2016, and it is one of the most glorious sights I have ever seen, where you see every car from Audi that has won the 24 Hours of Le Mans on that cantilever that rotates around like this, where you'll go up from one side, go over, and then go back down and rotate all the way through.
Okay.
Every single car has not been touched. Since it won Le Mans, every single car, whatever state that car was in...
I was about to say, are they a little dusty now?
They're not dusty. Let's just say... obviously when you get the bits of tyre on the left-hand side, where you get the marbles and everything, there's scuff marks, there's dirt streaks from where the aero has gone across the vehicle. Like, literally, they do. It's like a badge of honour. You don't touch it, because you are effectively messing with Le Mans folklore. And when you think about it, Audi, in the history of Le Mans, has been the most successful in terms of how many wins it's taken over a certain period of time, as winning Le Mans, and having also had the opportunity to interview the man, the legend that is Mr. Tom Christensen, and also I have got his book, his Mr. Le Mans book, that is now actually out in the United Kingdom at the moment, which I've read 5 times cover to cover.
Blimey.
Yeah, it's that good a book. It really, really is. You understand the folklore, you understand the history, and it's very visceral. But I've just seen something I never thought I'd see in the last 29 and a half minutes.
Yuri Thomas been beaten?
No, Ginny Thomas just gone and put in a 33.666. It's just flashed purple. He's at it again. So Ginny Toman is absolutely flying right now in the 117. And this could be the lap. They've already secured it effectively from a provisional standpoint. 41.6 in Sector 2.
It's the sixes. It's a sign. Yuri Toman is a devil on track.
Well, he's coming out of the Hyundai N-Cup corner. Let's see. Can he improve on the 138.505? 138.270. He has absolutely obliterated that previous lap time. And that's by a country mile. That's put him in the next German district, I think.
You know what else he's done? It means that he is over a second quicker than anyone else on track for that lap. Holy hell. Also, Gabo Hevesi. I was going to say Gabo Hevesi is improving, so he might just melt that fact.
Well, I was just about to say that, we've got to keep our eyes on Gabo Hevesi, because he's just gone fastest. He's gone...
Just lost it in the education. Trying to get through.
He's done a Ginny Toman, hasn't he? He's done a Ginny Toman on that particular occasion. Whoops.
In fairness to Gabba, he was trying to get through traffic, which is why it happened.
True. Very, very true. Very, very well presented point there, Yusuf. I'll give you that much. That's completely understandable. But I think Jiri Toman again now currently out on circuit once more. And looks like Gabo Hevesi is making his way out of pit lane. And they've got to really watch their P's and Q's with that, haven't they?
You know, I was wondering for Yuri Toman, after he set, whatever it was, 38.9 at some point in the session, I wondered if he was going to do the thing that you see in F1 sometimes where the driver, they set their laps, they get out of the car, take the helmet off, pull out the sun chair, lean back and just wait for the session to end. But no, not Yuri Toman. He's just going to try to set even more redonkulous laps.
Well, he's not going to do a Fernando Alonso in Brazil a few years ago when the McLaren broke down and there he was, hands through the hair on the deck chair. All he needed now was a pair of Kimura Sunnies and he would have been absolutely fine with that one. But I think, to be completely honest with you, there is a window of opportunity for some of these drivers to really push. Now, we're getting to the last 26 and a half minutes of this qualifying session, so I think, without further ado, let's go to a brief commercial break. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments' time here, live and uninterrupted on GCR 24H.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours in Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Number 74, you're allowed to press escape for safety reasons.
Wait, I want to find them on track.
Okay, welcome back to the final 20 or so minutes of this qualifying session. or the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship, as we've just seen that Wojtek Poleczny in the 74 Porsche is stuck, and that's one of the I think that's at the MGK chicane of all places.
Is it getting a push from the other LMP2 car?
It's from the Juice's car. It's from the Juice. Now, I have never seen this. I have never seen this in GTR 24H history, nor... Now, I would imagine... Now, has... The quickest thing I need to know, if Nick Newcomb, you can message me, did Wojtek Poleczny run out of fuel? Or... Oh, yes, well, okay, well, Peter's just confirmed that to me. The Wojtek Poleczny was on fumes and it conked out. That 4-litre flat six just look at the way that just goes the ultimate way of now. Right, okay, we've got him in. I think we've got him in with us. Good evening, Nick Newcomb.
Good evening.
Wojtek Poleczny's just dropped a clanger, hasn't he?
He's about 0.3 litres short.
But that was really good to see the ultimate of team assists there by lower.
It wasn't a bit because I said, well, yeah, you can push him back in the pits because in early day. He says, I'll do it next lap because I'm on a hot one. So he left him standing for an extra lap, even though he was told by race good for safety reasons he could get. But he got pushed back for safety reasons, so it's all right. It's all cooked. But it's not recommended to run short of fuel. As long as it doesn't happen tomorrow, we're fine.
As long as it doesn't happen tomorrow, indeed. And I'm just looking down in the GT class at the moment, because Wojtek Poleczny, if I'm not mistaken, currently sitting second, 3/10 down on Bianca Lila. What's the aim for you guys? Is it to try to catch up to the Musto car, or is it just focusing on securing that second place spot?
No, race pace is fine. Don't expect it to be second tomorrow.
Ooh. Expect you to be fourth?
First.
Okay. Well, there's a clarification that I needed.
In other words, Nick Newcomb has just given us all a bit of fighting talk to get us all motivated about what might happen tomorrow.
So I take,
unless a total catastrophic failure happens with Wojciech, Adam, and Juha driving, we should finish first.
Yeah, I was going to say, considering that you're expecting to finish first, can I take that to mean that you won't be driving the car then?
I'm not in the 74 tomorrow.
Well, there we go.
So that basically means there will be no repeats of what unfortunately happened to you at Indianapolis coming out of the final quarter.
No, that's the track that. It's not. What do you call it?
It was your bogey track.
CET Race. Yeah, it's a bogey track. There's a few settings on there that aren't good. That's why you saw Studio 397 updated.
Flaming Studio 397. Wow.
Oh yes, as always.
I've got one word on that, Nick. Standard.
Exactly. Everybody knows. You know, if it's definitely never your fault.
Well,
you know what I mean? But it's fine. It's fine. Waiting for the qualifying to finish and then get some practice laps in. And then hit the sack. And then get ready for tomorrow. We're fine. 15's in a good place as well, so it's all good. All good in the hood.
Well, thank you for joining us, Nick, and we hope I was just going to say, we hope your race pace tomorrow is as good as your excuses have been.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got them all built. Up. You're fine. No, I expect 74 to do really, really well, and I expect the 15, even with me on board, to be at the sharp end tomorrow as well. You know,
wonderful.
My times aren't too bad.
I mean, you guys are battling for second in the LMP2 class, or as we said first, because Vargo disqualified for being aliens. It's you guys are moving, and it seems to be fairly close between you guys at the moment.
Yeah, it's good. It's all good. Yeah, well, it's close between the teams that matter. So that's how it should be. You don't. I know Vargo are in a world of their own, but if everybody else, like was said yesterday, everybody's within 7 points or something. So that's how it should be. So every point counts, really.
Oh, good to hear from you, Nick.
Speak tomorrow. You keep on doing it, boys.
Cheers.
Thanks, Nick. But also in the meantime, since that has all transpired, I've just noticed that Nello Pastorino has just gone to within 8 1,000ths of Roland Zooks in a DPI against an LMP2. Zoltan Varkonyi for Mugen Sim Racing in the 41 has just put in a 1 minute 50.316 and keeps that car on aggregate. Effectively, that secures them pole position for round 4 tomorrow at the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. We've got 16 and a half minutes remaining. I think things are somewhat dying down, but there are some drivers. I mean, like Pastorino's lap time was that. I mean, he's still pushing like crazy. He did a 23.0 in the final sector, and Roland Zooks on his previous lap time. You know, to be within 8 1,000ths of a second of each other in an LMP2 and a DPI respectively, that is now giving us a real indication of what we're seeing from the likes of Pastorino. We've already seen what Henry Sinek has been capable of during the course of these 2 qualifying sessions, and he's helped to secure them pole position as now Nello Pastorino decides to pull into the pit lane, as Wojtek Polezny is now trying to wring the neck of that Porsche going through turn 1. And it's a very deceptive turn 1 here at the Nürburgring here, Yusuf. And you're literally on the lock stops, irrespective of whether you're in LMP2, DPI, GTE, or GT3 around this circuit.
Now, Alex, you mentioned once you saw the Deuces Motorsport car being pushed back to the pits that you had never seen quite anything so crazy as that in all your time of watching endurance racing, right? So I want to take you for a little stroll down memory lane, and a tale as old as legend itself. 2020 Le Mans, very old, and we were in the dark of the night, qualifying 2. Now, myself and good old Chris Skinner, we're taking a look at, Alex Skinner, we're taking a look at the times, and we noticed, oh, what's this? It is Team Rookie Monsters, and they are purple in Sector 1. So naturally, what do? We go and we take a look at Team Rookie Monsters. Now, I would want to paint the picture. You're looking at the Mulsanne Straight, the second part, on the way down to, I don't know what corner it is. It's the right-hander. No, it's after the right-hander, and then going down the other straight down towards Indianapolis, and you see the Team Rookie Monsters car flying along. But what's this? Directly behind them, it's the LMP2 Team Rookie Monsters pushing them all the way down the straight. All the way, Alex. I'm not even joking. They got pushed all the way around the lap.
I mean, considering the fact that this is my first season of GTR 24H, I didn't know. I mean, from my aspects, in terms of my GTR 24H history, that's what I was more talking about. But for that to show that even teams like Team Rookie Monsters, just like Deuces Motorsport, can go short on fuel. They're on a hot lap, they go purple in Sector 1, and then all of a sudden, whoopsie, someone's made a miscalculation. Now,
this wasn't a miscalculation, though. This was Team Rookie Monsters using their LMP2 car to get their GT car higher up the order by just sitting behind them and pushing them on every single straight. It was genius.
If that's not an assist, I don't know what is. I mean, Gordon Bennett. Bloody hell. Pardon my French there.
So yeah, we're in the LMP2 cars. Yeah, why are you in the LMP2 cars? Yeah, we want to win. What about you guys? Yeah, we're just here to push the GT car around.
Yeah, don't worry, it's not going in a tailspin. We're just going line astern down the Mulsanne. It's all right. We'll stay out of your way. Oh, God, just when you think you've seen it all, you've heard it all, something completely different happens there. As I just saw, I don't know what I saw there.
It's DIS from Q1.
Oh, God. Right, so we still have 12 minutes and 20 still to go. We have just gone back to the highlights from Q1, seeing a little bit of the action from earlier on, but qualifying server is still very much reacting, and there we go, back again. 12 minutes to go, and still people are pushing like crazy. And Adam Baldwin is one of them. That's the car on your screens at home. Number 74, Juice's Motorsport Club, Porsche 911 GTE. And at the minute, Manuel Biancolila still on a 1 minute 48.896. That car is parked in the pit lane, but Adam Baldwin is looking to assert some sort of mark on this qualifying session for GTE, and has 11 minutes and 20 to see if he can close up. Now the gap between both cars is less than 0.3 of a second, and at the moment I'm just keeping an eye. I've got the onboard showing on my screen inside the cockpit of Adam Baldwin, and he is on map 2 in this car. He's got 50 on the fuel gauge showing up. Now he's pushing towards the NGK chicane, down a couple of gears. Tries to correct it quickly. There isn't really any snap-on oversteer. First gear through the final corner. Tight to the barriers and the apex, out of the final turn. And Adam Baldwin will need to try and do a few more things here. It looks like he's been winding up, so we're going to stay on board with him as he heads down into the Haughaken, down from 5th into 1st gear, tight on the apex, allows the car to drift to the left, now into the Mercedes arena. You've just got to really carry the momentum through this double left before you have to switch the momentum. And what is also happening is that the sideways lateral grip, as he corrects a lot of sliding going through the second left-hander through the Mercedes arena, but manages to keep it nice and planted. And Adam Baldwin doing his level best, going through the left-hander here at Valvoline before the right-hander here at Ford. 37-1 through sector number 1 itself. Now making his way down towards Dunlop, as there is one of the DPI cars. The satellite racing cars just up ahead. As Valeriano's gone hard into the barriers. In the meantime, out of the NGK chicane, as Nyon rally crossing through the chicane from Adam Baldwin, and Valeriano manages to gather the car back up, the number 54 BMW, but through into Warsteiner goes Adam Baldwin. He's now got Advan and the NGK chicane and the Hyundai N Corvette still to go in this qualifying session. We're getting into the last 9 minutes, and we await to see what happens. Baldwin makes his assertive dive through the NGK chicane, and he aborts the lap.
Meanwhile, DIS just improved. It was only by a few hundredths. They're still a 10th down on Varconi in the GT3 car, and 2 tenths down on Mathieu Decroix, who is sitting P5 in the GTE class.
Yeah, so, I've just spotted Zoltan Varconi was just passed. Looks to be a DPI car that just went past, I think, if memory serves me correctly. Just going to have a look at just up ahead as, that was nearly the 420 B32 Racing Ferrari coming into the path of Zoltan Varconi. That definitely could have been defibrillator time needed there for Zoltan going through. That would have been the exit out of the Mercedes arena, but the McLaren still making its way through on the circuit. and is pushing like crazy to see if he can get a little bit further ahead. But at the moment, Varkonyi has got the top time in this session in the bag. But in terms of the aggregate, I think it was. I'm trying to remember who it was. It would. So Mugen are pretty much on course to get pole position for round 4 of the season. After what's been a topsy-turvy campaign so far, then they've really kept the 650S planted on this circuit at the moment, as Varkonyi looking to go onto a hot lap. So he looks like he's building a bit of tyre temperature in that car, as the Glam Racing 404 Aston Martin, who currently has Lee Russell behind the wheel, has just pulled into the pit lane. So now we're going to get a real opportunity to see if Zoltan Varkonyi can. I'm wondering if that car will improve on the 1 minute 50.316. That's, you know what's really funny? It's exactly 1/10 of a second quicker than the GTE Porsche from DIS SR Lab in the 45, who did a 1 minute 50.516. Giordano Valeriano, after that incursion into the barriers, has just done a personal best in sector 1 in the meantime, 37.167, 6 minutes and 20 on the clock remaining. The sands of time are fast running out. They wait for nobody, especially in qualifying. And then when it comes to a 12-hour race, Varkonyi sideways going through Ford and manages to catch it. Well held indeed. And that was definitely to the left-hand side. So straight away, one of the first things that you do in your reaction is to turn into the corner, or turn into the direction the back end is losing traction, because then you can help to try and slightly correct what is going on with the back end. And I must say there, Zoltan Varkonyi's lost a hell of a lot of time, but definitely caused a lot of entertainment from the cockpit here on R-Factor 2. He's definitely kept it planted, but I think realistically, I think it's all she wrote nearly on all 4 classes at the end of qualifying here, Yusuf.
And Valeriano just improved as well. He went a 10th quicker, 49.584, but he's still 3/10 down on Boya with Milan, and with 5.5 minutes to go, I don't think he's going to be able to find that extra bit of time. So I think the GTE class will end as it stands, at least for Q2. Biancalina ahead of Baldwin, Boya Milan, and Giordano Valeriano. And right now, Kyle Lukagor is on a hot lap as he is making his way through Advent and up towards the NGK chicane.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the next few moments, because this is where it could all change. Lukagard is he's about 2.5 tenths off of Carlos Basto in the Ramada Motorsport car, and now very shortly will cross the line. And does Lukagard improve? No, that was a 1 minute 40.745. So still a little bit of time to find for that car, I think.
And he'll have enough time to get back to the pits before going back out and doing another hot lap on, with some fuel added in. Just trying to see where it is super close. I mean, Nella Pastorino, few hundredths down on Roland Zux. I mean, they are in different classes. Turn lower, 2/10 down on Roland Zux as well. There could be some action happening around that area. Boya Milan, maybe if he can get in a good lap, he can close up 1/10 to Adam Baldwin in the GT3 class. To be honest, I don't think there's going to be much happening. Zoltan Varkonyi is 4/10 clear of Thibaut Malbrun, who in turn is 2.5 tenths clear of Alexei Mizin.
Yeah, so the session coming into the last 3.5 minutes. Zoltan Varkonyi absolutely flinging that McLaren 650S GT3 into the NGK chicane, and decides, you know what, 3.5 minutes on the clock, still to go. There's no point me doing anything further out there. We've done enough in this session. We've got provisional pole here for round 4, and Oh, that was close. Mathieu Descours, I think, was the luckiest person alive because Descours just pulled out the 911 GTE out of the garage as Zoltan Varkonyi had just started to hit the brakes and bring the Mugen Sim Racing 41 to a standstill in the pit box. That could have been nasty.
Yeah, could have been really nasty. As I just realised, DIS are pushing, I think, a 50.4 previous best, and never mind, I think my timing sheet is just lagging behind. They did improve a 49.9, but they are still 4/10 shy of Valeriano. Either way, they're ahead of Mathieu Descours now, as well as Zoltan Varkonyi.
Yeah, still plenty of racing still to come this weekend. The 12 hours of the Nürburgring here on GTR 24H. It will be the fourth round out of 6 that will get going tomorrow, and it will be a rather feisty affair here at this fantastic circuit. The Grand Prix circuit has been around since the mid-1980s and has made itself very well known over seasons past in not just the likes of the Ariete GT Masters, also Formula One, and to be honest with you, this kind of circuit really does provide a different test as Mathieu Descours in the 31 GT Porsche loses the back end going out of the NGK chicane. That corner on this circuit has caused absolute pandemonium, and it's also caused a lot of drivers to end up going to the pits with a bit of a headache post that impact with the wall. Virtual headache, I might hasten to add there. Because it, to be honest,
with them spinning around, they might actually have a headache from the dizziness as well.
Well, they'll be spinning around more times than Kylie Minogue. That's for sure. But yeah, I think, to be honest with you, it's
Did
Henry
she sing that song?
Sorry?
Did she sing that song?
She did.
For some reason, all that's coming to my mind now is "You Spin Me Right Round, Baby, Like a Roller Coaster," which is a different song.
Goodness.
So
That's Pete Burns back in the day with Dead or Alive.
Because I don't know the song, I just know plenty of memes that roll around on Twitter and Reddit.
As the backing track, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yeah, I understand exactly where you're coming from, because Pete Burns and Dead or Alive did the "You Spin Me Right Round" song, and then Kylie Minogue, I think it was the late 90s, she did "I'm Spinning Around."
Move out of my way. Yeah, okay,
exactly. There you go. You now
I got there in the
on
end.
my wavelength. You
Yes.
on my wavelength there. You see, we've got through it. We've had Street Fighter, we've talked about Thunder Thighs, aka Chun-Li. We've now talked about Pete Burns, Dead or Alive, and Kylie Minogue in the last few moments of this qualifying session. And as I say that, the timer has officially struck 0. That is it for qualification. We are done and dusted for this evening in terms of the on-track action. Will we have anyone joining us? Well, it is coming up to 11:30 Central European. Well, it's over 11:30 Central European summertime here on GTR 24H. And we'll be back in just a couple of moments' time as we talk you through some of the highlights and also look ahead to what's going to be a fantastic race tomorrow. We'll be back in just a couple of moments here.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
right, a 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, it's done, it's dusted for round 4 of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship here at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit in the Eifel regions of Germany. Alex Goldschmidt and Yusuf Bin Sahal with you. And Yusuf, it has been a dominant display by Varga Sim Racing. Another pole position, the combined efforts of the man that has now helped me coin a new phrase, the 360 code Brown, when he did his massive trip through the NGK chicane, a chicane that has caught so many people out. We saw Mathieu Decaux going into the wall. I mean, there was just so much to talk about in this session. We saw Henry Sinnick put it on pole for the first ever time in DPI racing history. There's the B32 racing car, the 420 Ferrari 488 GT3. They have had a real trial by fire. But, you know, just to sort of see how hard everyone was pushing throughout that session under the nighttime skies was truly a treat to watch, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we saw a lot of incidents in the NGK chicane as well, and I can guarantee you there will be more tomorrow. There is going to be someone who bins it, and NGK chicane, one of the biggest places where an incident can occur. And then after that, you are looking, well, probably I'd actually say turn 4 because it's so slow and it's so easy to lose the rear end, and then probably down Schumacher S because of how much speed you want to carry through it, and again how easy it is to lose the car.
I think also one of the highlights, the biggest moment that we had was the LMP2 pushing a GTE back into the pit lane because Wojtek Polezny was 0.3 litres short. As we see on our screens, Mark Vermeer having a bit of an altercation in the 67 Aston Martin. And then we had the reassurance from Nick Newcomb, the newcomer, saying, "Oh, don't worry, it'll be all right tomorrow." Well, Nick, we wait with bated breath to see what might happen there, but then to see turn lower pushing Wojtek Poleczny. We had the Aston Martin from Unison Racing on its roof, one of the biggest incidents we had. The NGK chicane again being that real talking point. And tomorrow, I mean, on the screens of the B32 Racing LMP2 car coming together with Glam Racing in GT3. Gabor Hevesi from Mugen was trying to do. And there we have on our screens, as you can see right now, on cue, Wojtek Poleczny waiting. Musto GD Esports comes along.
Sliding, yeah.
Sliding sideways through the first part. And yeah, it was. And there you see, like literally coming through. Yeah. I mean, it was just
we've missed the clip where one driver missed the pit entry and crashed right into the tyre barrier.
Bradley Brockies from E-Team Brit did that in the last.
Oh, was it Bradley Brockies who did
Bradley Brockies. Now, Sandra, they didn't take part in first qualifying, and this is Giordano Valeriano, and he had a moment, and that was definitely
he wanted to go into the Nordschleife, didn't he?
Well, he wanted to go into the Sabine Schmitz curve, didn't he? Just off Hudsenbach. Yeah. You know, he was trying to get through that. He's like, no, it's no problem, And the barriers went, no. Sorry, you're not you're not going through. But I think realistically, the way things have set themselves up for tomorrow, it looks like the 12 hours of the Nürburgring is going to be really, really interesting. The addition of DPI. This is Mathieu Descroix's off-track excursion. Again, the right-hand side of the car being, well, it was the right front wing that got a bit of a crumpling. DIS SR Lab in the 46 GT3 McLaren loses its wing again. And this is when you were talking about Knights of the Old Realm and jousting.
Car jousting.
Yes, car jousting.
Copyrighted. Milky Serial, 2021.
Trademark,
that's it, not copyrighted. Trademark.
There you go. And here's Bradley Brockies. And this is exactly what happened to Henry Sinnick in the first session.
Ooh. I mean, that's what happens when you try to take as much track as you can. Okay. I don't know why I got so scared. It was like it was happening real time for me there.
Yeah. But realistically, I think at the moment we are waiting to see if anyone's joining us. It's close to midnight Central European summertime. But I think really, Yusuf, final thoughts ahead of tomorrow, because qualifying's one thing. Racing, as we all know, is something completely different.
Well, if you believe in the newcomer, apparently Deuces are going to win in the GT3 class. That's his words, not mine. I didn't say that. He said that. In the GTE class. They can't win in the GT3 class because they're not in it. Either way, the GTE class should be a fantastic battle. Musto look insanely quick across both cars. WOSR, Juices, as well as... is it Volante? No, it was One Move who weren't too far back. So make sure to keep an eye out for that. And then LMP2 / the DPI class, with the exception of Varga, should be a thrilling battle for second in the prototype field.
Well, with that all being said, thank you very much to everyone that's watched with us tonight. So a big thank you. Herzlichen Dank alle Zuschauer bei motorvision.de heute Nacht. Und wir freuen uns wieder nach morgen, 12 Uhr. Wir starten mit 12 Stunden voller Aktion, 4 Klassen von Sportauto, und es wird Spaß machen. So a big thank you to all our viewers on motorvision.de who have joined us for the entirety of this weekend and for future broadcasts of GTR 24H. Big thank you to everyone watching on all the relevant streams. So whether it's been on Facebook Live, whether it's been on YouTube, a big thank you for you all for watching. Don't forget, you can follow GTR 24H on all the relevant social media channels. But also, don't forget, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. The notification bell, if you have that on active, it means that whenever we go racing or whenever we have new content available, you will be notified straight away. That really wraps things up here. It's goodbye from myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Yusuf bin Suhail. A big thank you to John Fabricius Terrell and also Peter Moncombe behind the scenes at GTR24H headquarters over in Denmark. Join us tomorrow at around about 11:30 a.m. Central European Summer Time as we get ready to kickstart the second half of the 2021 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Thank you for watching. Good night.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.